And thank you, Vice Chair Barroso.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to the 412th regular meeting of the Oregon Environmental Quality Commission. I know Kathleen does this, and I appreciate this. So I'll just state the mission of the agency. Department of Environmental Quality's mission is to be a leader in restoring and maintaining and enhancing the quality of Oregon's air, land, and water. As we get ready to jump into our meeting today, I just want to check in with the other commissioners and see if commissioners or Director Whitman have any have had a chance to review the agenda and have any suggested edits or want to feel comfortable with the agenda as presented. If I just, okay.
So this is Commissioner Kyle. I was able to review the meeting notes and the agenda, and I'm fine with proceeding.
Okay, great. So thank you. So let's, if that works, then I think we can go ahead and jump on in to the first, the meeting. Maybe I'll just turn it to Director Whitman and see if you have anything else to share as we kick off this meeting.
Thank you, Vice Chair Barroso. For the record, Richard Whitman, the Director of Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. It's a pleasure to see you all this afternoon. Just to note that we have a very full agenda, both for today and for tomorrow morning. So we're going to be trying to move through things perhaps a little bit more quickly than we would normally. And also just a note for folks that Commissioner Kyle has another commitment between about 1:50 and I believe around 3:15. And so she will be leaving the meeting during that time and then rejoining us later this afternoon. And with that, Vice Chair Barroso, I think we're ready to get going.
Thank you, Richard. And I'll just note that we will still have quorum as Kathleen is on her way. Chair George is on her way. Okay, with that then, let's go ahead and jump into action item A, draft approval of the draft meeting minutes from our last commission meeting. Have commissioners had a chance to review and the last meeting minutes, and if commissioners have had a chance to review last meeting minutes, are commissioners prepared to approve the last meeting minutes?
So this is Commissioner Kyle. I move that we approve the meeting minutes.
I would second that.
Thank you. With that second, all commissioners in favor of approving our draft meeting minutes, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. With that, I think the motion is approved. I think we can go ahead and move into action item B, informational commissioner reports and commissioner updates. Does anyone want to go ahead and kick us off with any updates that commissioners have that are relevant to the work of the commission? Oh.
Thank you, Vice Chair Barroso. This is, again, for the record, Director Richard Whitman. Just a quick note for those who haven't been following, our Commissioner Greg Addington from Klamath Falls has resigned from the Environmental Quality Commission. He has taken a position working as Chief of Staff for Representative Brees Edwards in the Oregon Legislature. So both congratulations to Commissioner Addington for his new job, and I think we're all very sorry to lose him from the commission as well. And we will be doing planning a little thank you for Commissioner Addington and his service, which we will do at the March EQC meeting coming up here in a couple of months. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Whitman. We are back to a crew of four again. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Kyle.
Yeah, so I can report out on OWEP. We met a couple weeks ago and has been very active. So I just wanted to report out that after kind of a short temporary hiatus in distributing grants because of uncertainties with the budget, OWEB is now back on track to distribute grants starting in March. So that's really good news. They also have been very active with diversity, equity, inclusion kind of training and thoughts within the organization. And the climate committee is moving forward. And so when I hear the conversations in DQ and the conversations in OWEB around climate change and climate change goals, I do hear a lot of synergy. So I think there's opportunities there to really coordinate and work together with regards to trying to achieve some of the climate goals. The other thing that they've been very active around is the fire kind of recovery, and they were able to distribute about $1 million in grants to local folks across the state that had been in areas that had been impacted by the fire. And MEDA in particular was just really appreciative of how well OWEB and DEQ have been working together with regards to some of that fire recovery. It is a big undertaking, but I wanted to give a shout out to Keith, because Keith has been really active and has just been a really tremendous partner with OWEB with regards to that post-fire recovery work. For natural and cultural resources. So whoever gets to see him next or talk to him next, please let him know that his efforts are tremendously appreciated. And in the same way, we also, there's been a lot of work and coordination with Gene Foster and several of the other staff on kind of those strategic implementation areas, both with the monitoring and the conservative effectiveness. And so those partnerships take collaboration and they take coordination, and it seems like it's working really well right now between OWEB and DEQ, and it's nice to see that synergy continue on. So that was what I wanted to report out.
Thank you, Commissioner Kyle. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Commissioner Mosby.
Yeah, Vice Chair Barroso, just a couple items that as your liaison to the Board of Forestry, a couple changes they've made with the Oregon Forest Practice Act, both deal with water that we're obviously concerned with. One is they've changed the mandatory helicopter spraying buffers. So right now they're 75 feet from a fish-bearing stream, 50 feet from surface water, and 300 feet away from either schools or dwellings or water inlets. So that, I think, is positive with a lot of people. And the second item is one that we've been working on for several months, and that is they've widened the buffer zones along streams, fish-bearing streams that include salmon, steelhead, and bull trout in the Siskiyou region, sort of bring them into alignment with the rest of Western Oregon. So those two major water changes, I think we obviously praise them for. So other than that, things are going pretty good.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosby. We appreciate that. And I think the only update I'll have, this is in my professional work over at the City of Portland. We've just been working through our initial solicitations for grants for the Portland Clean Energy Fund. And it's an update at some point that I would be eager to bring to this committee as we sort of get to our first cycle of grants. But I will acknowledge that there's really exciting proposals in there, and certainly start to give a breath to the kind of community proposals we get to see with a structure like that. I acknowledge that also we have several grant programs within DEQ that that have a lot of similar elements, and not necessarily one singularly focused on climate change, but it's a program that as we get way, I think I've been really pleasantly surprised with the ideas within the community. It's something that I think will be worthwhile for this commission to hear from when we get to a later date. All right. Well, with that, I think the one thing before we move on to the next agenda item and just keep us moving, the one thing I didn't acknowledge, and I think it's worth acknowledging, is we are in a new year, and so I just want to say Happy New Year to everyone as well. And I know a lot of changes have happened in this new year, both with family additions. Congratulations to Deputy Director Leah Feldon and others. But just want to welcome folks to a new year, and really excited to get started off with you all. One person short this year, but continue to do the good work that we got to do. With that, Director Whitman, I want to see if, I know we're a little bit moving fast on time. I think that's probably okay, but I want to see if Commissioner Mosby. Okay.
And sorry, Vice Chair Barroso, we have been joined by Chair Kathleen George. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for being delayed. And just one technical note before we jump right back in. I think maybe I used the wrong link to connect. Stephanie, would it be best for me to reconnect or just we shall proceed.
Thank you, Chair George. This is Stephanie Caldera, your commission assistant. You are connected. We can see and hear you, and I believe we are good to go as long as this link works for you.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. And Vice Chair Barroso, I believe you were just recognizing Commissioner Mosby.
Yep. And so I'll give you a second to get situated. We were just about to, you're perfectly on time. We are just about to get to action item C, the NESHAP rule update. So you let me know when you're ready, but that's the next agenda item.
Okay. Well, you're right. You know, of course, when you get on board, there's always a few screens to be managed, but that sounds just perfect. Let's move on with the next agenda item. Thank you so much for getting us underway. And so we can proceed with agenda item C, the NESHAP rule updates. Thank you. And I think
you're muted.
Yeah, you might be muted.
So Chair George, again, for the record, Richard Whitman, Oregon DEQ Director. Ali Mirzakhalili is the presenter for this agenda item, along with David Farah.
You hear me now?
Yes, we can. And
Yes.
Jacqueline Palmer.
Okay. You hear me, but unfortunately, I can't hear you. Let's try it now.
Jacqueline,
Sorry
can you
about
hear me?
this. Okay. Good
Jacqueline,
afternoon.
can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, great. All right. Take it away.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chair George, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jacqueline Palermo. I'm the Air Operations Manager. Before going into specifics, I'll be giving an overview of why we're here with the proposed rule. Firstly, we'll be updating the state rules to match federal rules. Since EPA made changes to the New Source Performance Standards, or NSPS, and NESHAP regulations, DEQ is proposing rule changes to align with EPA updates. DEQ is already delegated for the rules, so it's not an expansion of authority. It is a routine procedure to update our rules in cases where there is not a relaxation of regulations. Second, we'll be removing duplicative rules as a housekeeping measure. Next slide, please. One slide before that. Okay. The Clean Air Act requires EPA to revisit some federal regulations on a recurring basis to ensure they provide an ample margin of safety to the public. When EPA makes these changes, DEQ updates respective rules to make sure we're at least as stringent as EPA. Many of the updates included in the proposed rulemaking are relatively minor revisions, including minor reporting and record-keeping modifications. When DEQ makes updates to certain rule divisions, an update to the State Implementation Plan, or SIP, is also required to be submitted to EPA. So you will notice an action item that addresses DEQ submitting the update, if adopted, to EPA in the SIP. Second, DEQ worked to address concerns surrounding colored arc glass manufacturing, or CAGM facilities. These were initially adopted in Division 244 as a short-term measure to further regulate these sources. Then the implementation of Clean Air Oregon established CAGM rules within Division 245, which includes duplicative requirements in Division 244. This rule repeal of Division 244 does not lessen the requirements that these facilities must comply with, since requirements remain in Division 245. This is the housekeeping measure that I referenced. Next slide, please. In this table and in the staff report, you'll see the source types impacted by this proposed rule. The table also includes a number of known sources in Oregon. Although there are many impacted sources from this proposed rule, it is important to remember that they are already subject to these requirements due to the federal obligations. So there is no additional financial burden resulting from this proposed rulemaking. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our lead rule writer for this proposed rule, Dan Defer. Dan?
Thank you, Jacqueline. Hi, Chair George and Commissioners. My name is Dan Defer with the Air Operations Section. I'm here to present rules to implement updated federal air quality regulations in Oregon. And Stephanie, if you go to the next slide, please. And during this presentation, I'll tackle a couple of things. I'll provide some background on the types of federal regulations that are included in this rulemaking. I'll talk about some of the regulations that are included and not in this proposal, discuss a little more detail of the duplicative rules for colored arc glass manufacturing facilities, and present DEQ's recommendation to the Commission. And next slide, please. So first, I'd like to provide a brief overview and refresher on how this recurring rulemaking has historically occurred. On average, DEQ's proposed rules to align the OARs with federal regulations every 2 years. Step 1 is EPA's rulemaking. This can be revisions to existing standards or establishment of new standards. This specific rulemaking does not establish new standards, only updates to existing ones. EPA's rules will typically clarify when the new requirements are effective, either when the rule is final or at a future date. And then the next step involves sources complying with the revised requirements. During this time, sources are required to comply with their permit and applicable Oregon rules, as well as the updated federal rules. In some instances, this can result in duplicative reporting or record-keeping efforts by the source. Next, the Eqc Rulemaking Effort adopts rules that are usually equivalent to or sometimes more stringent than the federal regulations that have changed since the last adoption effort. This makes the federal requirements state requirements and lets DEQ act on the final steps in the process, which includes submitting an updated delegation request to EPA regarding the rule changes and updating air quality permits. The delegation process means that DEQ becomes the primary established authority to implement those rules in Oregon. And this process is done, as Jacqueline referenced, as an update to the previous delegation and not new delegation. And next slide, please. So there are two overall types of federal regulations included in the rulemaking. The first type of regulation is the National Emission Standards for Hazardous Air Pollutants, or NESHAPs. As the name implies, NESHAP regulations cover hazardous air pollutant emissions, or HAPs. There are currently 187 listed hazardous air pollutants, such as benzene and mercury. NESHAP regulations apply to both new and existing sources, and they can apply to major emission sources that emit over 10 tons of a single HAP or 25 tons of combined HAP, and they can also apply to area sources, such as dry cleaners and gas stations, that emit less than those thresholds, but individually or in aggregate can pose a risk to human health. Several NESHAP regulations were updated since the Commission's last adoption. And next slide, please. The second type of regulation included in this rulemaking are new source performance standards, or the NSPSs. These standards regulate new emission sources, but an NSPS can also be accompanied by emission guidelines to establish similar requirements for existing sources. This specific rulemaking, however, does not include emission guidelines for existing sources. NSPS regulations typically cover criteria pollutants, but can also regulate hazardous air pollutants and more recently greenhouse gas emissions. These regulations typically apply to significant sources of air pollution, and several NSPS regulations have been updated or revised by EPA since the Commission's last adoption. And next slide, please. So it's important to reiterate that these changes made by EPA apply when they're promulgated. Sources are required to comply by the date or dates listed in that applicable regulation. This rulemaking proposal is intended to align Oregon's rules with what Oregon sources are already required to do. The NSPS and NESHAP regulations in the proposal are to be mostly adopted by reference, in other words, without changes, exactly as Oregon administrative rules. As EPA's rulemaking conducts requisite fiscal impact analysis, we did not convene a fiscal advisory committee for this rulemaking. This rulemaking and subsequent delegation process allows DEQ to work directly with sources regarding the rules, instead of deferring to EPA or referring facilities to EPA contacts. This also means that most permitted facilities will have one regulatory authority to work with instead of both DEQ and EPA. So it's important that EQC regularly adopt standards to implement federal regulations or establish rules that are more stringent, because sources must comply with all applicable requirements regardless of the last EQC adoption. Once updated rules are adopted by the EQC, however, we can incorporate the revised or new requirements into the air permits. And next slide, please. So the changes made by EPA can mostly be classified in the following categories: risk and technology reviews, amendments, clarifications, technical corrections, and revisions to address court decisions. The majority of the standards that changed resulted from the recurring NESHAP review process required by the Clean Air Act. In these standards, EPA stated that the current regulations continue to provide an ample margin of safety to public health, and there are no new technologies that necessitate revisions to the rules. Additionally, most standards proposed for adoption include corrections and clarifications. These changes typically help the regulated community better understand their requirements by writing into rule the answers to recurring questions EPA has received, or clarifying language that has been determined to be ambiguous or cause confusion. Along the same lines, these types of changes typically ensure DEQ can write clearer permits, more effectively regulate the facility, and ensure greater consistency in permitting and regulatory interpretations. DEQ is proposing that the Commission update the adoption of federal standards amended by EPA between July 1st, 2018 and July 1st, 2020, with one additional regulation which was finalized outside of these dates in August of 2020. This is known as NESHAP 4D and is applicable to plywood and composite wood products manufacturing facilities. This one standard is applicable to 17 relatively large sources in Oregon and includes some substantial revisions, including recurring testing requirements for control devices, which DEQ would prefer to implement and include in permits as soon as possible instead of including a subsequent rulemaking effort. And next slide, please. So there are three differences with this proposed rulemaking from previous proposals for adoption of regulations by reference. The first was the inclusion of the August 2020 promulgation for NESHAP 4D that I just discussed. The second is a modification to the rule language regarding NESHAP 3.0 for facilities that manufacture amino or phenolic resins. EPA's revised rule language provides an increase in allowable emissions from a specific subset of process vents. This specific type of process vent was previously subject to an emission limit of 0.9 kilograms per ton of resin produced, while the revised standard allows the process vent to emit up to 4.3 kilograms per ton of resin produced. DEQ's proposed rule language adopts this standard by reference, while replacing the 4.3 kilogram allowance with the previous more stringent limit of 0.9 kilograms per ton of resin. There is one facility in Oregon subject to this NESHAP, but the source is not subject to these specific provisions or emission limits of this rule. And next slide, please. The third difference with this proposed rulemaking from previous ones is that DEQ is not proposing to adopt changes that have been made to the federal standards for coal and oil-fired electric generating units, known as NESHAP 5U. DEQC may have received updates on this, referring to mercury air toxic standards, or MATS. As Oregon is currently involved in a challenge with other states on these EPA actions, DEQ will continue to update the EQC on this topic and does not propose any changes to these standards at this time. There was one known source in Oregon, PGE Boardman, that has recently stopped the activities that had them subject to the standard. So to reiterate the three differences from the typical adoption rulemaking included here today, one, DEQ is proposing to include adoption of one standard outside of the typical 2-year window. Two, DEQ is proposing to retain a more stringent emission limit in one federal standard. And three, is not proposing to adopt the recent changes to NESHAP 5U. And I'd like to pause here and see if there are any questions regarding the federal regulation adoption component of the rulemaking.
Yes, thank you. And as we create some time and space for that, I also just want to remind all the commissioners that, you know, when we're using this technology, especially when we have large presentations on the main screen, sometimes people's cameras will shift out of view. So if I don't see you indicating, you know, that you have a question or comment, by all means, please feel free to use the raise hand function so that I can be sure to know that you have a comment or a question. And same thing for presenting staff for that matter. So do we have any comments or questions at this time? Commissioner Barroso.
Thank you, Chair George. Dan, just to the prior slide, the NESHAP 000 for the manufacturer of amino. Yeah, in this slide, so let me just make sure I understand this. The federal rules have adopted the 4.3 kilograms per ton limit. The prior rules, the prior federal rules were 0.9 kilograms per ton limit, and we are, so for this particular package, we are remaining with the prior rules. We are continuing. We are not updating for the new proposed rules.
So thank you for the question, Commissioner. Partially, I will agree with that. So we are adopting the entirety of the rule by reference to capture those administrative corrections and clarifications that were made. But what we're doing is in the adoption, our rules will state adopted by reference. However, this specific provision of the rule is replaced with the following language. And we use the language from the previous standard that refers to the limit of 0.9 instead of the 4.3 that is in the current rule. So everything else is updated as new, and we changed the 4.3 to a 0.9 to retain that stringency.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the clarification.
Of course.
Any other comments or questions? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and proceed.
Okay, next slide, please, Stephanie. Thank you. So now is a transition to the second component of the proposed rule, addressing the duplicative colored arc glass manufacturing rules that currently exist in two separate divisions. The Eqc established rules for CAGM facilities in Division 244, as this division addresses hazardous air pollutants and was the most appropriate location for the rules at the time. This rulemaking preceded Cleaner Air Oregon, which was subsequently established as a new Division 245. When adopted by the Eqc, this division essentially duplicated the CAGM rules, as this air toxic division was now the most appropriate location for these requirements. As several years have passed since the implementation of Clean Air Oregon and applicable requirements are well established, it has been determined that the rules in Division 244 should now be repealed. Division 245 best addresses air toxics, health-based risks, and the requirements associated with these facilities. The rules proposed to be repealed include no additional requirements or emissions reductions. A repeal as proposed will not allow an increase in emissions or relaxation of standards. Additionally, having two sets of almost identical rules in different divisions applicable to the same sources only serves to cause confusion. And next slide, please. To summarize, the rulemaking proposes the adoption of the several amended federal standards and the repeal of duplicative rules to regulate colored arc glass manufacturing facilities. The comments received during our public notice and DEQ's responses can be found in the staff report, but I will address some of them here briefly. DEQ generally found there appeared to be a misunderstanding regarding court-vacated startup, shutdown, and malfunction provisions and EPA's responses. There also appeared to be a misunderstanding regarding the interactions between EPA and DEQ with adoption and delegation of federal standards related to the term administrator. One comment cited the weakened emission standards regarding some process vents and emission calculations. This refers to the NESHAP 3.0 regulation discussed earlier. This comment led DEQ to modify the proposed rules by clarifying that the allowable emission rate from the previous regulation was being retained while adopting remainder of the changes. One comment cited environmental justice concerns associated with having virtual public hearings, namely that this may inadvertently exclude low-income and communities of color. And as I'm sure the Commission is aware, DEQ is committed to environmental justice. As restrictions went into place in Oregon to reduce the spread of COVID-19, DEQ shifted to offering virtual public processes, both online and by phone, toll-free. The public notice of this rulemaking was sent out following our standard procedures, then provided a 30-day period for comment submittal. Prior to COVID-19, DEQ frequently offered members of the public the option of attending meetings and hearings via telephone, as it's often a more efficient method of attendance than traveling to the hearing location. Internet access is not a prerequisite to participate in the public comment or hearing processes. And next slide, please. And this slide provides DEQ's recommendation motion language to the Commission. Chair George, Commissioners, thank you for your time. Happy to answer any additional questions at this time.
Commissioners and Director, do we have any other comments or questions about the presentation and the proposal? Doesn't look like it. Well, hearing none, are one of our commissioners prepared to make a motion at this time? Commissioner Mosby.
Yes, I would move that the Environmental Quality Commission adopt the proposed rules as seen in Attachment A of the staff report for this item as part of Chapter 340 of the Oregon Administrative Rules, and approve incorporating these rule amendments into the Oregon Clean Air Act State Implementation Plan under OAR 340-200-0040 and direct DEQ to submit the SIP revision to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for approval.
Do we have a second? I hear a second from Vice Chair Barrasso. Do we require any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. And no abstentions. So the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
We appreciate all the work that went into that. All right, we are ready for action item D. And this is pertaining to the Volkswagen diesel settlement. So we will welcome those folks for their presentation. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair George, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Ali Mirzakhalili. I'm the Air Quality Division Administrator, and I hope you hear me okay. Always have to check, I guess. Thank you.
Hear you great.
Thank you. And with me today is Garrick Kransky. He's the Air Quality Planner in the division, and he'll be presenting the bulk of the material. In this presentation, we'll be walking through DEQ's proposed rules for a new diesel emission mitigation grant program. This program is funded by the Volkswagen Environmental Mitigation Settlement and an agreement, and will reduce diesel emissions from older, more polluting medium and heavy duty diesel trucks and equipment currently operating in Oregon. Our goal at DEQ is to establish a transparent and accessible program that measurably reduces diesel emissions in the places where it's needed most, pursuant to recent legislative direction. Today, we'd like to provide you with an overview of the program and proposed rules, summarize public involvement to date, request your feedback, and I look forward to you taking action on the proposal. Next slide, please. So since 2009, Volkswagen Group of America sold diesel passenger cars in the US with emission control defeat devices and that violated federal emission standards. Software installed in more than 590,000 vehicles that resulted in emissions of nitrogen oxides up to 40 times above the allowed limits. The resulting lawsuits were resolved in a partial consent decree, essentially a settlement, against Volkswagen on behalf of the United States and vehicle owners. In addition to compensation for vehicle owners and mandatory investment in electric vehicle charging infrastructure, the decree required that Volkswagen to provide more than $2.9 billion to an environmental mitigation fund to mitigate previous and current excess emissions of nitrogen oxides by these non-compliant vehicles. The initial allocation to the state of Oregon, based on our share of registration of VW diesel at proportion to the other states, is approximately $72.9 million. This is to be spent over 10 years. Based on legislative direction in 2017, DEQ is required to retrofit or replace at least 450 older diesel school buses across the state, with our first tranche of funding at a total cost, expected cost of $18 to $22 million. Oregon will have approximately $40 million diesel settlement funds available for an expanded grant program after administrative costs and completion of a school bus project. We must use all of VW funds by October of 2027, or we'll be forced to return any unused funds. Our priority is getting older equipment off the road and out of our communities. I now turn it over to Garrick with the next slide. So, thank you.
Great. Chair George, members of the commission, my name is Garrick Kransky, staff in the air quality planning section. Just want to make sure that you all can hear me okay.
We hear you very well, thank you.
Wonderful. So this slide provides a summary of House Bill 2007, which passed in the 2019 Oregon legislature and establishes criteria that DEQ will use to award grant funding as detailed in the first 7 rows. This direction is primarily focused on industry-specific benefits for owners of heavy-duty diesel equipment, including those regulated by House Bill 2007. For example, it requires DEQ to prioritize projects led by disadvantaged, minority-owned, women-owned, service-disabled veteran-owned, and emerging small businesses. The bill also authorizes EQC to develop additional rules for dispersing Oregon's remaining share of funds to ensure that the grant awards result in the reduction of emissions from diesel engines. And this is represented in the final two rows. The cost effectiveness criterion is based on the EPA's Diesel Emissions Reduction Act, or DERA program, to increase emissions benefits with limited funding. And the vulnerable population criterion is based on DEQ's existing diesel mitigation plan and our commitment to prioritizing investments in communities that are disproportionately impacted by diesel pollution. Next slide, please. Projects that are eligible for grant funding include the retrofit, repower, and replacement of older model diesel vehicles, such as medium and heavy duty trucks, buses, non-road equipment, ferries and tugs, locomotives, and generators. Project eligibility is included in the proposed rules as established by the Environmental Mitigation Settlement and the related federal DERA program. Oregon will be allowed to fund projects with our settlement dollars as authorized under both of these programs. In general, the maximum reimbursement amounts available, with some exceptions, are up to 100% for public sector projects and exhaust control retrofits, up to 75% for all electric vehicle replacement, up to 40% for repowering with new engines, and up to 25% for the replacement price of a privately owned equipment. And each project must produce measurable diesel emissions reductions from equipment that is currently in regular operation. Next slide, please. In establishing these proposed rules, DEQ convened a rulemaking advisory committee. The committee met 4 times from March 9th through August 28th, and representatives considered the policy, fiscal, and economic impact of the proposed rules on the businesses and organizations they represent. Representatives attended from the freight industry, environmental justice, construction trades, public ports, scientific community, local government, energy utilities, diesel technology specialists, and public health organizations. The main topics we discussed were to clarify and interpret the settlement agreement in House Bill 2007, and to inform basic program design, such as project eligibility, funding criteria, and the efficient processing of incentive payments. Some of the key discussions we had included providing flexibility in the requirement for 3 competitive bids for project costs, ensuring that the availability of grant funding and DEQ staff for technical assistance, especially among firms that are certified by the Certification Office for Business Inclusion and Diversity, and reviewing emissions reductions and program performance with community involvement. Next slide, please. The proposed rules mirror settlement agreement requirements as a condition of Oregon receiving funds. As such, eligible projects and funding maximums match the settlement agreement exactly. The program's proposed application requirements are focused on determining the ownership of equipment, the project eligibility, and performance relative to the funding criteria, as well as impacts on vulnerable populations and diesel emissions reductions in Oregon. The application is also designed to prevent any fraud, waste, or abuse while simplifying the process as much as possible. Next slide, please. I'd like to describe DEQ's plan for reviewing grant applications. DEQ will apply the criteria in the proposed rules when reviewing applications and award grant dollars accordingly. Each applicant pool will be scored and ranked with the highest scoring projects among all applicants in a given grant cycle receiving funding until all available grant dollars are spent. We will review projects based on project type, cost, air quality benefit, project location, and the applicant and fleet profile. DEQ staff intend to review applications after the grant deadline each year. We are proposing this approach in order to expedite the review and award process and in order to accrue air quality benefits as soon as possible during each grant cycle. This approach emulates best practices from other states and the EPA's DERA program. DEQ will provide applicants with their score upon request after award decisions are made. If available funds are oversubscribed and several applications receive the exact same score, DEQ will calculate a detailed cost effectiveness amount to break any tie. Given the relatively short amount of time available to spend settlement dollars and achieve significant emissions reductions, DEQ staff are proposing a 2-year program review component. This review will allow the agency to check in on progress, and the Rulemaking Advisory Committee members provided input on this concept and helped shape the proposed rule language. Some of the key issues this review will address include analyzing program investments and emissions reductions. Basically, we want to ensure that the program is performing as designed, that the funding is accessible, and that the program creates improvements in air quality. Next slide, please. So I'd like to provide a brief summary of the public comment on the proposed rules. Our public comment period was from September 30th through October 22nd. We coordinated with stakeholders to reach out to various groups. We also reached out to approximately 17,000 interested parties on DEQ's Gov delivery lists, and we received a total of 16 comments. Some of the themes among public comments include general support for the program and funding for electric vehicles, a request to expand the definitions of eligible equipment, which was not possible, and a request to eliminate the requirement for 3 competitive bids for project costs. One particular focus among public comments was on the accessibility of the program. And DEQ agrees with the intent of these comments and has proposed rules that are as responsive as possible to these shared priorities. Our goal is to simplify the application process as much as possible while maintaining the necessary financial controls. Next slide, please. DEQ's plans for implementation of the proposed rules include a comprehensive grant program summarized in the following key elements. Regarding outreach, we want to make sure everyone who is eligible for the program has the information they need to apply. DEQ will promote grant availability among trade associations, businesses, and owners of diesel equipment. DEQ will provide a new online grant application portal and grant management platform to expedite the application and grant process. DEQ will also provide technical assistance for applicants to help them establish a fleet inventory, record their diesel engine family names, and track program requirements. DEQ will also develop a comprehensive user guide as a resource for grant applicants. The guide will be updated each year with key dates and funding amounts. And a key feature unique to this program is the availability of funding up to 15% of project costs for technical assistance services for the co-bid certified firms that need it. As a part of our requirements for spending settlement funds, DEQ will manage Oregon's required mitigation plan, funding requests, and semi-annual reports to the VW trustee. Next slide, please. Our estimates of available funding and proposed timeline for implementation are included here. As discussed previously, DEQ is scheduled to receive a total of $72.9 million as identified on the top line. Administrative expenses and technical services are expected to cost up to $10.9 million, and the school bus program is expected to cost between $18 and $22 million. Oregon will have approximately $40 million in diesel settlement funds available for the total grant program addressed under today's proposed rules. Which brings us to today, marked on the slide. The middle of 2021 is our target date to make approximately $8 million in settlement funds available. And our current plan is to open 5 consecutive grant rounds between 2021 and 2025, as detailed in this table. Next slide, please. And that brings us basically to the end of our presentation on these proposed rules. So this slide includes recommended language for your consideration and adoption. I just want to thank you, Chair George, and members of the commission. Of course, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have about this presentation and these proposed rules.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation and all the work that led up to it. Do we have any comments or questions on what we've heard so far? Commissioner Kyle.
I thank you for the presentation, and I'm very supportive of this program. I just had kind of one question, because one of the priorities in the application process was the notion of trying to reduce some of the exposure and kind of the microenvironments where we know that diesel emissions are higher. When I was reading through the report, though, I couldn't really see how those spatial considerations would be taken into consideration. Is that just in the ad hoc review process of the applications, or is it a more coordinated front end to try to target some of those microenvironments that are our environmental justice communities, really?
Chair George, Commissioner Kyle, we've been working on the implementation of the vulnerable population criterion with members of our technical services team, and essentially are using a definition of vulnerable population that is based on EPA's environmental justice screen. And so data, of course, that's input into that EJ screen comes from the American Community Survey data or census data. And we're able to pinpoint the prevalence of certain demographic groups and socioeconomic groups by census block, and apply a score, essentially a sort of 1 through 5 score of the prevalence of those socioeconomic groups and demographic groups in those census blocks, and overlay the prevalence of particulate matter emissions and overall population density. Those factors all calculate out to a sort of detailed score that we will then apply for applications based on their address.
Thank you. So you are just going to be using kind of that EJ index, then the one that's associated with diesel and particulates.
Chair George, Commissioner Kyle, I believe that's correct. It's the definition of vulnerable populations is included in the rule language. And so we'll be looking at factors such as age, linguistic isolation, poverty level, and those types of indicators. And then we'll also overlay national emissions inventory data of particulate matter.
Okay, thank you. That's a nice way to address that issue.
Commissioner Mosby.
Yeah, Gary, obviously I know that you're funding the 400 school buses, but your first tranche of this $8 million in grant availability, can you give me an estimate of how much will go to the public sector, since we're financing 100% of the public sector vehicles? So, you know, you think it's going to be 50% of it, or is it going to be 10? What's your estimate as a knowledgeable person here?
Chair George, Commissioner Mosby, that's a fantastic question, and it's one we've been asking actually a lot and thinking about on the team. And we don't have a reasonable answer because we can't estimate what that applicant pool is going to look like. Obviously, we've received lots of interest from a diverse array of diesel equipment owners, including some in the public sector, and public sector representatives attended during the rulemaking advisory committee meetings, and certainly have fleets that would qualify, but we just have no way of knowing what that applicant pool is going to look like. So this is kind of a brand new program when we launch this year, and we'll learn a lot and be able to answer those questions, especially at the 2-year review mark, when we go through and can analyze each applicant pool and the award amounts and emissions benefits.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, doesn't look like it. Well, then, we're probably ready to entertain a motion.
So this is Commissioner Kyle. I would like to make the motion that the DEQ recommends that the Environmental Quality Commission adopt the proposed rules seen on pages 29 through 42 of the staff report for this item as part of Chapter 340, Division 255 of the Oregon Administration Rules.
Do we have a second?
So I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Do we require further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Any abstentions? The motion passes. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, next we have an informational item, which is the Regional Haze Program updates. Great pitch.
Good afternoon, Chair George and commissioners. Again, for the record, Ali Mirzakali, the Air Quality Administrator here, and with me, Michael Orman and Dee Wu, who will be presenting this. Again, my picture here at one of popular spots for selfies at the magnificent Crater Lake. So it's one that I used to just tell this story and just bring it to your imagination. If the view was hazy and outer edges of the crater was blurred, that visibility impairment happens on some days. And this program is designed to curb that and return visibility across our beautiful landscape in Oregon and elsewhere in the nation to natural conditions over a multi-decade effort. The economic benefit of this program and its impact on tourism is rather obvious. Go to the next slide, please. So the regional haze is important not only because we value our scenic views at an emotional level, but it is also important because it reflects our quality of life and public health. What causes regional haze is air pollution, and air pollution negatively impacts our health. Therefore, this program, when implemented properly, gives us great views, but it also helps improve our air quality and our health. There are many contributors to air pollution, and we intend to pursue strategies that will help us continue to make progress in those areas and ultimately meet our goal. Today's presentation is intended to give you a quick update on the efforts to date, where we are in the process, and what the next steps are in meeting our deadline for a July SIP submittal of this year. So I appreciate your attention and look forward to your questions, and I now turn it over to Dee.
Thank you so much, commissioners. Thank you, Ali. Next slide, please. So just to go over some of the information that we talked about a while ago now in November 2019, we talk about Class 1 areas, which are the wilderness areas and national parks that are covered by the Regional Haze Program, and where visibility is recognized as a very important value for these natural areas. There's a total of 156 Class 1 areas in the country. And on this map, you see Oregon's 12 Class 1 areas in that dark green, from Kalmiopsis in the southwest corner, up through Crater Lake, Mountain Lakes, Gerhardt Mountain, up through the Cascades, Diamond Peak, Three Sisters, Mount Washington, Mount Jefferson, north to Mount Hood, and then east to Strawberry Mountain, Eagle Cap Wilderness, and finally on the eastern border with Idaho, the Hells Canyon Wilderness area. In addition, we recognize that the Columbia River Gorge, we sort of use regional haze as a way to understand the benefits of the Regional Haze Program for visibility in the gorge. So the yellow triangles on the map represent the placement of the monitors used to measure visibility impairment. They are part of the Improve Monitor Network, and Improve stands for the Interagency Monitoring of Protected Visual Environments. They're managed for the most part by our federal land manager partners, such as the National Park Service and the U.S. Forest Service. Next slide. As a recap, visibility is how far and how well you can see a distant object. So regional haze is defined in the Clean Air Act as visibility impairment that is caused by the emission of air pollutants from numerous anthropogenic or human-generated sources over a wide geographic area. Visibility is measured in terms of visibility impairment, and that measure is called a deciview. So for instance, the picture on the left is a clear day that has good visibility and low deciviews, anywhere from 3 to 9. And then a hazy day has low visibility, but high deciviews or high visibility impairment. So that picture on the right shows about a 23 deciview impairment. So as Corianne would say, clear, low, and not clear, high. All right, next slide, please. In Oregon, the sources of visibility impairment include both natural sources such as wildfire and again, human-caused sources. And the anthropogenic sources or human-caused sources of concern are motor vehicles, wood stoves, shipping, field burning activities, agriculture and dairies, among others. Stationary sources, as you can see here, and to some extent dust, but that's a mix. Some of the pollutants that form haze have been linked to serious health problems. For example, particulate matter pollution is a major cause of haze. Other pollutants include ammonium sulfate and ammonium nitrate. The good news is that many of these regional scale emissions, especially from motor vehicles and wood stoves, have been decreasing over time because of new emissions controls on the wood stove and because the motor vehicle fleet is getting cleaner. And we've seen that improvement in the data with the haze levels going down. Next slide, please. In terms of sort of measuring our progress on haze and visibility over time, I'll try to, the regional haze rule requires us to improve on the 20% of the haziest or most impaired days, and requires us to see that the clearest days are not getting any hazier. So there's no degradation in clearest days. The way that the program works is that we took the average visibility between 2000 and 2004, that's called the baseline period. And then, there's an estimate for what natural conditions are. The sort of straight line between that is the glide path, or what you would consider sort of uniform reasonable progress. Every 10 years we check in. So, and then at that time we look at what the visibility is at the monitors for the last 5 years that data are available. And then we would compare that against the reasonable progress goal, which ideally is the point along the glide path for that year. So the idea is that you just need to show reasonable progress in improving visibility. And for the second plan period, for this plan period, we will be setting reasonable progress goals for 2028, as well as evaluating our progress towards the 2018 goals. Next slide, please. So the next series of slides is sort of the new information since November 2019. Next slide, please. So the first question, that we need to answer is to look at if for the class 1 areas in Oregon, are we meeting reasonable progress goals? So the 2018 sort of check-in on what visibility was shows that we are generally meeting reasonable progress goals in 2018. And that is the map on the left, and the circles in green are the locations of the monitor in that dark green. And that sort of signals that we are, for the most part, meeting our reasonable progress goals for the Mount Hood, Starkey monitor and the Hells Canyon monitor. And that we are meeting them, but it's very, very close to being on the glide path. So there's not a lot of sort of wiggle room or safety room for the monitors for Three Sisters, for Crater Lake, and for Kalmiopsis. Based on the EPA's modeling that was released last summer, it shows that by 2028, the projections, we lose that advantage in the 2 monitors and the 3 class 1 areas out east. And then we're actually no longer meeting our reasonable progress goals, potentially no longer meeting our reasonable progress goals for the monitors in the sort of like south along the I-5 corridor and the southern part of the state. So there is some concern that we need to sort of take some action. I see a hand up. Go ahead, Chair George.
Yes, Commissioner Kyle.
Thank you. It's mostly just kind of a clarification. Is the role of how wildfire days impact in the calculation of haze within this rule? Like, do wildfire days contribute just in the overall, or are you able to subtract them out?
Thank you, Chair George, Commissioner Kyle. The current, for this round, there is some math that removes most of all the wildfire impacts. And when I checked in with our technical services, specifically for the Oregon sites, the sort of new rule that was adopted in 2017 by EPA, it is sufficient for removing wildfire impacts at this point for these monitors.
Okay, so the fact that we will fall off the glide path is due to other factors.
That's what we think. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next slide. Thank you. Okay. So let's see. So since then, as explained in the staff report, based on that information, we screened the both stationary source facilities using an analysis that's sort of outlined in your report. The screening thresholds that we used were arrived in consultation with other states and multi-jurisdictional activities, and it's an index of the total emissions of the facility divided by the distance to the two class 1 areas throughout the state. And so where Q over D, where that screening index was greater than 5, and that was enough to cover 80% of the emissions from stationary sources in the state, those facilities were identified as potentially needing to do 4-factor analyses, and we've been working with facilities since, goodness, December of 2019 to conduct those analyses. 31 facilities screened in. The 4-factor analysis involves assessing potential emissions control technologies against 4 factors that are listed in the regional Haze rule: the cost of control, the time necessary to install controls, energy and non-air quality impacts, and remaining useful life. And so I think I just wanted to show you, and what's shown on this map in those teal circles is the total emissions from the facility. So not the index, but the actual emissions from the facility. And this is based on their plant site emissions limits, because I think, as you all will know, we have a unique permitting system in the state of Oregon around sort of facility-wide emissions limits. Next slide, please.
Director Whitman. Director, I think you're muted.
Hi, sorry about that. Chair George, commissioners, thank you. Dee, thanks for the presentation. A quick question. You just talked about the plant, the last slide, and maybe you could actually go back to the last slide for just a moment. So the size of the circle is based on plant site emissions limits. So the limits that are in the permits for facilities, not necessarily their actual emissions. Is the modeling that is done for 2028 and whether or not we're going to be on the path, does that modeling also look at plant site emissions limits, or does it look at actual emissions in some manner?
Chair George, Director Whitman, thank you for the question. The modeling that is conducted by the Western Regional Air Partnership does use the actual emissions of the facilities. And it looks at, for 2028, there's sort of what's called the on the books run, which is what you saw earlier, which is, so for instance, that included the shutdown of Boardman, but it did not include, other potential changes in emissions and actual emissions from facilities or from some of the other potential sources that may be of interest. And yeah, so it just counts on the books. And then there are additional model runs that we're waiting for the results for that sort of estimate what the changes in visibility could be from different scenarios of emissions reductions from facilities as well as from other sectors.
Thanks, Dee. Let me, if I could, Chair George, one quick follow-up. So Dee, would it be accurate to say it's not, if we want to stay on the glide path for 2028, it's not enough to simply reduce the plant site emission limits in permits? We actually have to reduce actual emissions.
Yes, based on the results that we've seen so far, that was, that's what that would be my recommendation. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I think I messed up some of the protocol here. So I apologize for that. In addition to considering stationary sources, we were directed by the regional Haze rule to consider mobile sources as well as area sources, so 2 other source sectors. And I just wanted to show that for the purposes of regional Haze in this round, there are significant, I think, activity that you all have been hearing about, including in the diesel sector, with clean fuels and motor vehicles, as well as with area sources, including prescribed fire, wood smoke, agriculture, open burning, rail, and airports. Now, not all of those source sectors are available to, for sort of state level control, but we can certainly work with other partners to look at emissions reductions and coordinate with other agencies for those source sectors. Next slide, please. In addition, under Executive Order 12898, DEQ has a responsibility and a requirement to consider environmental justice impacts of the work of this program. This analysis identified the number of socioeconomic factors out of 6 for which a community where the facility is located is above the state average. So for instance, one of the factors was the percent of the population under the age of 5. And so if a particular 2.5 kilometer radius around a facility had, a percentage of the population under the age of 5 that was larger or greater than the state average, it got a 1, and if it didn't, it got a 0, and then we just sort of counted the number of indicators. And so what you see is that there's most of these facilities are above the state average for at least one of those or 2 of those socioeconomic indicators, and many of the ones in Eugene, Lane County, Douglas County, and sort of Jackson County have multiple factors for which there's sort of vulnerabilities that are greater than the state average. This analysis did not include or look at cumulative existing pollution burden, but that analysis or a draft of that analysis was recently completed. And we look forward to showing you those results using sort of the Washington State Environmental Health Disparity Map methods. Recognizing that this is sort of the beginning of a larger statewide multi-agency conversation around environmental justice and how to really talk about it well. We didn't want to sort of jump the gun. But we did want to show you that some of the data that's available. Next slide. At this point, let's see. So you've seen a version of this slide before, and I will say that the data analysis and modeling has been happening, and it's probably going to extend into March. So hopefully by the end of this quarter, we will have that completed. We are in the source contribution and controls analysis part, I believe. We are signaling to facilities what the likely outcome of that analysis is going to be. We have held 2 public information sessions last fall, as well as formal consultations with federal land manager partners, also sort of in the last 2 quarters of last year. And we've had ongoing consultation with most, if not all, of the facilities that are sort of still under consideration for controls in this round. I'm going to pass it off to Michael and then Ali to talk about the process from starting now around rulemaking, federal land manager review, public comment, and with eventual coming back to this commission, and then the final SIP submittal to EPA.
Thanks, Dee. Chair George, commissioners, for the record, my name is Michael Orman, and I serve as the Air Quality Planning Section Manager for DEQ. Dee has covered the history of the work that has been completed on this round of Oregon's regional haze plan updates, and I'll cover briefly what will come next. DEQ is in the process of drafting rules that describes the process DEQ went through on this round of regional haze to screen facilities for further control analysis and what thresholds we used at each step of the screening process. These rules, along with potential controls, have a fiscal impact if approved. DEQ plans to hold a fiscal advisory committee in February to review these impacts. We will hold a public comment period and hearing after the fiscal advisory committee and plan to bring rules proposals to the commission during the commission's July meeting. In parallel, DEQ will be holding formal consultations with tribes, federal land managers, and other states on a draft state implementation plan. The plan includes the processes Dee described in greater detail, proposed controls and reductions, and technical demonstrations on the estimated impacts these proposed controls could have on visibility at our Class 1 areas. The state implementation plan will be presented as part of the rulemaking in July for consideration by the commission. So there's still a lot of work has come since we last met in November of 2019, and still more work to come until we come back to you in July. And Ali, take it from here, please.
Thank you, Michael and Chair George, commissioners. I just want to acknowledge the sort of help and assistance cooperation we've received from the facilities that we've engaged in this discussion. We've had to work under some truncated timelines here, asking a lot during the pandemic under some difficult circumstances, that we've received tremendous feedback and cooperation there, and just also acknowledge the work that staff has done in doing the analysis, cooperating with the regional organizations, working with our federal partners and other stakeholders here at outreach to tribe and land managers, and all the coordinating with other states, neighboring states on our cross boundary issues. And I think that's sort of there's a lot of territory that's being covered. Hopefully the staff report provided you with that ample detail, maybe too much. And I just I want to thank you for your attention. Hopefully this presented you an update as to where we are, and we'll be back in front of you again in July.
Yes, it did. Any comments or questions about the presentation? Doesn't look like we have any. Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Chair George and Director Whitman. I want to note that Air Quality Division managed to get through the 3 presentations ahead of time. So I want to retain the balance of my time for the next meeting.
Oh boy, we've heard a fair amount of that, haven't we, recently? Well, Ali, duly noted. Duly noted. Okay.
Chair George, if I could for just a moment.
Of course, Director.
I'm going to echo a little bit of what Ali said. This was an impressive presentation. It's an impressive body of work that has been done both by DEQ staff and by the facilities that are potentially affected by this, and by other states and EPA, all the partners. This is a pretty significant effort in Oregon and really across the nation. And it's important, as we've heard, both from a public health perspective, it's also important from an economic development perspective, and it's important from a cultural perspective to many of our peoples also, in terms of the goal of this program of restoring our visibility to conditions as they once were. So thank you to staff and everybody who's been working on this. Really appreciate it. And I know there's a lot to do between now and July, and we'll do everything we can to help you land this in July and bring it back to the commission.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. So now we are ready for action item F, which is the water quality having trouble talking this afternoon. Water quality fee rule corrections. So welcome, Justin and Jeff.
Thank you, Chair George. Commissioners, we have this action item we're bringing today to recommending the EQC adopt revisions to water quality fee rules. As you may recall, in July 2020, the Commission approved fee increases totaling 21%. And due to impacts from COVID, those fees were to be implemented in 2 phases. The purpose of this increase was to support new program positions authorized in the 2019-2021 legislatively adopted budget. Phase 1 was effective August 1st, 2020, and included a fee increase of 13%. The second phase becomes effective on July 1st, 2021. After filing the paperwork for the rule change with the Secretary of State, Water Quality Program staff did discover a couple errors in the language. So this action item, to be clear, is not for new fees, but revisions to the rules that were approved last year to address errors in the text. And I will turn it over to Jeff Rabinowitz, the Water Quality Permitting and Program Development Manager, for more detail.
All right, thank you, Justin. Chair George, commissioners. I'll just go over the specifics of this, and I think we're actually probably a couple slides ahead. We can go to the next, there we are. So thank you for that. So the basic typographical errors, we had 10 fees that were an incorrect amount. 1 fee had an extra comma in there, and then we had a wrong date on a narrative portion that we'll go over here in just a minute. Next slide. All right, so if I can just kind of walk you through this table. The first column is the fee table that this is in reference to. I want to point out in the third column, that's the number of permits that we believe were affected by each one of these. So it's not a huge number of affected permits, but we still obviously wanted to get these corrected. Fourth column is what was adopted back in July of 2020. The next column to the right, to the fifth column, is what is proposed this time, which is what the fees should have originally been back in July 2020. Second to last column is the deviation. So as you can see, for most of these typographical errors, the amounts were fairly small, $100, $80. We had a couple that were $1,700. The one that is probably standing out is the one that was $70,000 off. Even though that's quite a large amount, the error is actually just because there was an extra 7 typed into a cell. So obviously we wanted to get that corrected as well. And we just have in the last column just what the total fiscal impact would be, either positive or negative for that. And all that is contained in more detail in the staff report. If you can go to the next slide, please. We didn't actually highlight or show the comma error because that's really just a comma. So this one just shows that we had in the actual fee language for the first part of the fee increase, an effective or deadline date of May 31st, and that should have been June 30th. Of 2021. So we are correcting it for that. And that is actually all the typographical errors that we had. So I think we can go to the next slide, although I'll pause for a second to see if there's any questions on what I just covered pretty quickly.
Commissioner Mosby.
Yeah, Jeff, I'll be honest with you. These are minor, except that one that was, I think, was $70,000 off, which probably gave someone a little heart palpitation when they first saw it. But my question is, have we corrected this? I mean, we got water quality, but I think we need a little quality control in the administrative work here. What steps have you taken to make sure that someone checks these before they go to the Secretary of State?
So that is a very fair question, Commissioner, and one that we've already addressed or talked about for how we're going to address this in the future. So one of the main steps is we're going to have a quality assurance person look at all the numbers, look what we did, that is from outside the program. So we can have a completely fresh set of eyes, take a look at it. Obviously, if you've seen the fee tables, there's quite a few of them and it can be a little bit confusing. That's not an excuse, but we want to make sure that we have at least 3 people in the future looking at all the numbers and narratives.
Yeah, if it had just been the comma, I see that, but you had 7 or 8 very, one very significant, even though you just put 1 extra digit in, but it makes our whole agency look bad when we have to go back and change a rule here like this. So I would really encourage you to do, I think it's a wise step to have someone from outside, but I think you also need a second set of eyes that's within that particular unit to check too, because they're more knowledgeable on everything, and then someone can pick it up. But it's embarrassing, quite frankly. So that's enough said.
I do not disagree with that, and I have absolutely no intent on coming back here to repeat this.
Okay, anything else?
So as far as final slide, the EQ recommends that the commission adopt the proposed rule amendments associated with the staff report as part of Chapter 340 of the Oregon Administrative Rules, Division 45.
Okay, well, with those thoughts, are we ready to, I'm ready to entertain a motion if a commissioner wishes to make a motion at this time.
Okay, I will just share that I agree with Commissioner Mosby and everything Commissioner Mosby said, but I will go ahead and make the motion. I move that the Environmental Quality Commission adopt the proposed rules as seen in accompanying fee table attachment A and rule language attachment B of the staff report for this item as part of Chapter 340 of the Oregon Administrative Rules, Division 45.
I'll call for a second.
I'll second it.
With motion being made and seconded, do we require further discussion? Seeing no indication, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Any abstentions? All right, hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you very much, and we appreciate what you shared about the additional review that's going to take place to minimize these human errors. But thank you very much for the work.
Thank you.
And the presentation. All right, well, as earlier noted, we are doing just great today on our time frame. We were scheduled to take a break at 1:50, and that's next on our agenda. Director, I'm not sure, we may want to just go ahead and do that and so that people aren't too far off their expected presentation times. Does that sound right to you?
Thank you, Chair George. Commissioners, again, for the record, Richard Whitman. Yes, it does sound good. I think you could, and it's a 10 or 15 minute break, I think would be fine, and then we can resume the agenda.
Okay. Okay, so I currently have 1:32. Should we come back at 1:45?
In which case, that sounds fine. I'm going to depart now and I'll come back as soon as my commitment is over.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Kyle. We appreciate you letting you know that you had to step away for a little while. We look forward to seeing you back before long. All right, we'll see everybody back here at 1:45.
This is Stephanie Caldera, the Commission Assistant. We will pause the recording for a break until approximately 1:45 p.m. Thank you.
Great. Well, welcome back, everybody. And at this time, we will move on with our Clean Water State Revolving Fund Program update.
Thank you very much, Chair George, Commissioners. Justin Green, Water Quality Administrator. We are bringing this informational item to the Commission today regarding work being performed by the Water Quality Program's Clean Water State Revolving Fund Program. The work is being done to implement Senate Bill 884, which is adopted by the Oregon Legislature in 2019, and it relates to lending to nonprofits for the purposes of residential septic repair, replacement, or a connection to municipal sewer systems. This is a different type of lending than traditionally performed by the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and DEQ is conducting rulemaking currently to determine how this type of lending should be performed to meet the purposes providing affordable options for low-income Oregonians to address septic system issues, while at the same time protecting the integrity and revolving nature of the fund. So I will turn it over to Lynne Barlow and Leanne Lawrence from our Clean Water State Revolving Fund program for more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair George and Commissioners. I am Lynne Barlow, manager of the Oregon's Clean Water State Revolving Fund program, and we should be on slide 3, please. Thank you. The Clean Water State Revolving Fund program is described in Title VI of the Clean Water Act and is a federal-state partnership that provides communities with below-market rate loans for a wide range of water quality infrastructure and non-point source projects. Each state administers the Clean Water SRF program as is most appropriate for its community's clean water needs. The financial products that the Oregon program offers are primarily loans and less frequently bond purchases. Since the program began in Oregon in 1991, more than $1.4 billion has been loaned to nearly 200 borrowers to construct municipal wastewater facilities, control non-point sources of pollution such as septic systems, to create green infrastructure projects, and to fund other water quality projects. The Clean Water SRF program is dedicated to working with small communities and funding water quality projects that increase financial and environmental sustainability, climate resiliency, and water and energy efficiency. Next slide, please. This is a simple diagram to show how the loan fund operates to revolve at a healthy pace. Specific dollar amounts for each of these elements are in the memo accompanying today's information item packet. Inputs to the loan fund are shown on the left and include an annual capitalization grant from EPA, to which the program contributes a 20% match bond. Repayments of loan principal, fees, and interest earnings are also recycled back into the fund. As money is paid back into the state's revolving loan fund, the program makes new loans to other recipients for high priority water quality projects. Loan output, which is shown on the right side of the diagram, includes loan disbursements to borrowers, Clean Water SRF staff salaries and operations costs, and bond debt service. Repayment revenues are projected to grow and meet future demand, indicating that the fund is adequately revolving. In the next 5 years, the program is forecast to receive more than $287 million in principal and interest payments to revolve into new loans. Next slide, please. The primary financial benefits of the Clean Water SRF loans are below market fixed rate loans. Interest accrues only as funds are used on a cost reimbursement basis. Repayment begins 6 months to 1 year after project completion, and principal forgiveness up to $500,000 or 50% project costs, whichever is less for eligible recipients. Our program, the Oregon Clean Water SRF, often partners with other financing agencies such as Business Oregon and USDA Rural Development to develop funding packages for communities that optimize the financial benefits for the community's clean water needs. Next slide, please. The 4 types of loan that Clean Water SRF extend are planning loans in preparation for a project, point source loans for design and construction of wastewater treatment infrastructure, non-point source loans for water quality improvement projects associated with stormwater, agriculture, forestry, or other industry, and local community loans, which are pass-through loans to sub-borrowers such as septic system owners. Prior to adoption of Senate Bill 884, eligible borrowers have been only public agencies, including cities, counties, sanitary districts, soil and water conservation districts, irrigation districts, and certain intergovernmental entities. With the adoption of Senate Bill 884, Clean Water SRF is developing rules to lend to nonprofit community development finance institutions, Program Coordinator Leanne Lawrence will explain more about our local community loan and how pass-through lending works, and then the new CDFI type of lending in the current rulemaking process. Next slide, please.
Hello, Chair George, Commissioners. My name is Leanne Lawrence. I am the Program Coordinator for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund.
Yes, welcome. Just
This
one
slide
second,
provides
please.
a pictorial demonstration of how pass-through
Commissioner
lending
Mosby?
works.
Yeah, I had a question for the previous, before Leanne got on, but my question is, even with the forgiveness of the $500,000, what kind of default rate have you had, even with below market rates and some forgiveness and all, even though they're public agencies or local districts, I'd be interested to know if we've had any defaults, and if so, what's our typical default rate?
The program has been in action here in Oregon since 1991. And to my understanding, there's been one default so far. And it was several years ago. Good question.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, please continue. Thank you.
Okay, so this slide provides a pictorial demonstration of how pass-through lending works at a very basic level. On the left-hand side, you see the DEQ loan as the arrow, DEQ borrower right in the middle, which we consider sort of an intermediary that the loan funds pass through then to the entity on the right side, a private borrower that we often refer to as a sub-borrower. Currently, as Lynn mentioned, we only lend to public agencies, but with the impetus of this rulemaking, we will be able to lend DFIs as a DEQ borrower. Once the private borrower is completed his project, it will begin repayments back to that DEQ borrower, and eventually, based on DEQ's terms, the borrower will begin to repay DEQ. So this is just an example of how pass-through lending works. Next slide, please. Are we frozen? Okay. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Thumbs
Great.
up. Thank you. DEQ currently offers pass-through loans for non-point source pollution control projects and estuary management projects explicitly. Right now, only to public agencies through the local community loan. DEQ has been promoting the LCL, as we often call it, actively over the last 2 years to encourage public agencies to their own lending program to address local pollution. In addition to developing a pass-through lending tool to CDFIs that I'll discuss in a few minutes, DEQ will continue to grow the LCL program as to have 2 pathways or tools to provide pass-through financing to sub-borrowers or individuals. One borrower, Clackamas Soil and Water Conservation District, which also participated in this rulemaking advisory committee, has been using DEQ's local community loan for the past 5 years to finance sub-loans for on-site septic repairs and conservation projects that include irrigation efficiency, livestock use, exclusion fencing, no-till seed drilling. The district also offers grants for these types of projects that are often combined with a sub-loan through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund funding. Next slide, please. Some 30% of Oregon households rely on septic systems. As many as 10% of these systems fail each year, according to various estimates. This causes groundwater and surface water pollution that can damage the environment and public health. This slide provides a snapshot of the residential and large on-site permits in Oregon to give a sense of how many septic systems exist. Residential systems are not monitored, but large systems are. And we saw that almost half of the large systems had violations in 2018. When these systems fail, many owners do not have the financial resources to make repairs that can cost as much as $25,000 to help address these failures that can lead to pollution. Next slide, please. In the 2016 Oregon legislative session, lawmakers allocated general funds to DEQ to address failing on-site systems. Through a competitive grant solicitation, DEQ contracted with nonprofit lender Craft 3, also a community development financial institution certified through the U.S. Department of Treasury, to make affordable loans to Oregonians for septic system repairs. The legislature increased grant funding to a total of $1.6 million over several years. These funds were granted to Craft 3 and would not need to be repaid. Craft 3's Clean Water Loan Program used DEQ funding to invest a total of $3.5 million to repair or replace failing septic systems in 28 Oregon counties and 181 households across the state to treat 23 million gallons of wastewater annually. But now, due to funding shortfalls, Craft is no longer the Clean Water Loans Program in Oregon. Next slide, please. In 2019, the Oregon legislature adopted Senate Bill 884. This allowed nonprofit community development financial institutions to access Clean Water State Revolving Fund loans for the sole purpose of relending to individual repair and replacement of failing on-site systems or connecting to available sewer. The bill required DEQ to begin this rulemaking to develop the requirements and procedures to begin lending to CDFIs. Note, as Lynn said prior, that prior to this statutory change, DEQ has only been lending to public agencies in Oregon. So this is a significant change to how DEQ lend, as private entities present different financial risk factors. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the rulemaking status. DEQ began the official rulemaking process in January 2020. And since then, DEQ has held 3 rulemaking advisory committee meetings with a third-party financial consultant to assist with risk management, financial assessments of CDFIs, and underwriting parameters, and DEQ posted the public notice in October. Currently, DEQ has finalized public comments in preparation for presenting the bills to Eqc for adoption at the March Eqc meeting. Next slide, please. So switching gears a little bit, let's look at community development financial institutions. Also known as CDFIs, they have a couple requirements. They're certified through Treasury. They are mission-based to promote development and support economically disadvantaged communities. They must have identified target markets that they serve and therefore must report progress on serving those markets. Common CDFI investments support home ownership, energy efficiency, and savings, amongst many other things. And currently there are about 1,000 that are certified across the nation. CDFIs get financing through a myriad of sources, including foundational grants, banks, and this would include Community Reinvestment Act funding, which is often highly subsidized, the CDF Treasury, and then a series in loans. Next slide, please. So here's a snapshot of CDFIs in Oregon. There are about 11 certified in Oregon, and this list just shows a few. One of the better known CDFIs is Habitat for Humanity. And like many of the CDFIs on this list, they focus on home ownership economically disadvantaged. Next slide, if we can move to slide 15. All right, we're there. So what will pass-through lending look like? First, let's look at the 5 main rulemaking objectives that DEQ put forward. Number 1 was to increase available funding to address septic systems as a strategy to improve water quality. Number 2, provide loan terms that make the CDFI subloans affordable for low-income households. 3, Design a program that's flexible to use with other funding sources, that the program can be assessed for effectiveness over time. DEQ wants to make sure that our lending practices are consistent for all CDFI borrowers. And ultimately, number 5, protect the protect Clean Water State Revolving Fund's integrity by mitigating risk. Slide 16. Framework that was developed as close as possible, while also ensuring affordability for the CDFIs and their sub-borrowers. Here is a list of the parameters of this framework, and this is the last slide, so I'll read through these and then we'll open it up for questions. So these are the major parameters that you'll see in the draft rules. One is market rate will be a percentage of prime rate. That's important to note. Maximum amount per CDFI will be set each year. There will be an annual lending limit for the first couple of years for all CDFIs in aggregate. The CDFI rate on subloans will pass on savings from that DEQ loan that we issue through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. There'll be a designated project period for loan disbursement. DEQ will offer some level of principal forgiveness as long as principal forgiveness is available. There will be requirements that manage the CDFI's program or profit and DEQ terms. So this concludes my portion of the present for questions, the final slide.
Commissioner Mosby?
Yeah, Leanne, nice presentation. I think this is a great program. It's been, I don't want to tell you how many years, but at least 40 years since I've lived in a house with a septic system. But what are we looking at? What's a typical septic system cost in today's dollars? And I really think by partnering with the CDFIs, I think that's really a good program. So just a little more information. I like the idea that there is a potential for some forgiveness if it's allowed in the program. So good job, but just sort of fill me in what a typical cost of a septic system would be today's market.
Well, I think it really ranges whether it's a repair or some level of replacement. So it really runs a wide range depending on the situation. We know that the average is about $20,000 for a new system, as $25,000. But we see certain range, $8,000 to $12,000 for repairs. So it really does depend. It also is very dependent upon where the septic system is located, based on the geology and the soil of that area as well. So it really does, there is really a cap of about $25,000 currently, which is high.
Well, thank you for that information. It certainly is, and we can imagine how for many families, and if they need repair or something like that, that's a very substantial unexpected cost. Vice Chair Barroso, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, just thank you, Lynne. I appreciate this, and I agree. This is great to see. I feel like this really opens up the possibility to go beyond the 1.6 million. I'm excited that I'm excited the legislature opened this possibility up, and I'm eager to see whether there are other possibilities the legislature may consider in the future. The question I had was just, I get that there seems like there's a little bit of discretion in terms of teasing out what the loan forgiveness terms would look like. Understanding that that's just it's a critically important piece, but getting a sense for, is there a place beyond loan forgiveness where, and I suspect, I don't know where this conversation exists, but where you're just talking about actually just a direct incentive paired with a loan. If you're already engaging with loan forgiveness, I don't know how much, whether that possibility exists within the way that the statute was set up, but whether your CDFI could, beyond just providing a loan, provide actually an incentive and then buy down the cost of it and then a loan, recognizing that you may be forgiving a certain amount in the future anyways, and that may make the difference for some folks.
Thanks. If I could, Chair George, Vice Chair Barroso's question.
Lynn and Justin, do you want me to?
Lynne, this is Richard. I'm going to go ahead and take this one. And then if staff have anything to add, they're welcome to. For the record, Richard Whitman, Oregon DEQ Director. Thank you, Vice Chair Barroso, for the question. It kind of tees up a point that I wanted to make sure we conveyed to the commission and really to the public that are listening in also. Is this is coming back before the commission in your March meeting for a decision. And the point is this, that opening up the Clean Water State Revolving Fund to provide financing to CDFIs for septic system replacement and repair is part of the solution to this problem, but it's not the entire solution. As was noted in the presentation, the legislature has provided general fund grant dollars effectively to for this sort of purpose in the past, and we believe there's probably going to be some future need for ongoing either grant or similar subsidy, either from the legislature or from other sources. And CDFIs also actively solicit foundation grants for their programs as well. So there are a variety of possibilities here. The other thing related to this is this, the problem as it was articulated in the presentation is failing septic systems. But I want to note in particular, it is failing septic systems for moderate and low income households that have difficulty getting access to capital to pay for repairs or replacements. This isn't a program to compete with private lenders. This is very much being designed as a program to fill a gap in our finance system for those lower income households that can't get access to capital. So figuring out how to do that on the one hand, and at the same time, make the program work from a financial perspective for CDFIs, because they, although they're not for profit in the traditional sense, they need to cover their cost, and their programs also are designed to be set up as revolving programs. So they need money coming in so they can build up that source of capital to keep this going for the long term. So we're trying to design a program that does all of those things. And that's a little delicate, but that's what we hope to bring to you in March. Thanks.
Chair George.
Commissioner Barroso, you look like you have more.
So then is it fair to say the loan forgiveness, well, I mean, that at a broad term, it's how you can structure that many different ways. If loan forgiveness is targeted at supporting the CDFIs in being able to, given that there's a range of costs that they bear, and or enabling them to continue financing others. So like trying to get a sense for the function of that loan forgiveness and under what circumstances it's entertained. And so as I sort of step back, I get that this is an initial foray of taking an existing mechanism, the Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund, and enabling it to do more. And yet I'm trying to understand what are the parameters that really support the loan forgiveness, and how, and it sounds like you're currently thinking about it in making sure that this fund, what the CDFIs have, continues to be a sustainable mechanism, and loan forgiveness is a way to reinforce that sustainability. It's not necessarily about loan forgiveness for the borrower, the final borrower.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Vice Chair Barroso. Again, Richard Whitman. The loan forgiveness is principal forgiveness for the CDFI borrower, not for the sub-borrower or homeowner who's actually doing the repair work and taking out a loan from the CDFI. What it does is it enables, hopefully, the CDFI to provide very favorable finance terms to the homeowner, either by having a significantly reduced interest rate on the loan, or perhaps for flexibility in terms of the timing repayment as it occurs over the course of the term of the loan. So again, that may not be the same for every single CDFI. So trying to design this program so that it sets up the space for some differences between CDFIs and even between, you know, particular loans to CDFIs is the intent here. But ultimately for the homeowner, the idea is to provide a subsidized loan in some form to the homeowner to make it more affordable for them to actually be able to qualify for that financing. There is, let me add just one other thing, and I think it was on one of the slides, but we went by kind of quickly. There is typically a maximum principal forgiveness amount per loan of $500,000 or 50% of the loan. So we're also kind of working within that limit, if you will. But that would be a maximum.
Last comment, Chair George, and this is because this is really interesting. I'm excited to see the agency doing this kind of work. I think getting directly to being able to figure out how to serve individuals, particularly households that are in these circumstances. I mean, it's a real thing out when you're on septic systems that both for the environment and for those households. So I guess I would love at some point when it does make sense, I'd love to hear back how that original $1.6 million, or I don't know if that was, I forget if I'm recalling right, that original grant to Craft 3 to do this work, how that has worked, and just getting a little bit more flavor of the households that have been able to access it, those where this might, and I don't know how they're going to necessarily get that. It may be anecdotal about those households where this might not have been favorable enough, or maybe they may have needed something else, just to get a sense for what those gaps are. It'd be helpful in just building out sort of our mental picture of who this product serves and where in the end there still may remain gaps.
I think that's a great suggestion.
And Leanne or Lynn may be able to provide some quick feedback on kind of how things went. The $1.6 million was put out through a procurement for entities to get that money out to households. And it went to Craft 3, as Leanne mentioned, but Leanne or Lynn, I don't know if you want to add more. I think we have numbers on the number of households.
Leanne, do you have that information at hand? Yeah, I do. And we can provide it, you know, it came in via a grant report from Craft 3 on that loan, on their loan program. Only about 30% of households served qualified as low income. The low income threshold isn't set by like the federal threshold necessarily, it just said low income. And there were a significant number of folks that were not eligible. So there is indeed a gap within the septic system owner, if you want to put it that way, that cannot afford any sort of loan. And that's a true reality. But for what they were able to provide, it was really quite successful. And one of the good things about that particular loan program operated through Craft 3 is they provide wrapper services. So for a system owner who's experiencing what is usually considered an emergency because their septic system is failing, it's really something they need to act on very quickly. So you have to get the permits, the inspections, and there's a whole list of things they must achieve. And Craft 3 as a septic vendor helps with all of those things. So they more than just the loan, they really individuals through that process as well.
So just following on Vice Chair Barrasso's thought.
Does that help answer some of the questions?
I think so. Is there a way in which it sounds like you've been able to glean this information from the reporting you've received? Is there any sort of kind of gap analysis, conclusions that can kind of inform, you know, future actions or discussions of availability? I do know that there are limitations But it's certainly of interest to us here on the commission and maybe to the legislature and others if there's conclusions that can be reached, kind of a gap analysis of where there's additional need, and that perhaps we should take a look at some of the current limitations. But in terms of achieving the overall goal, perhaps we should look at some of those limitations. And again, that might need to be legislature and or others. Does that make sense?
Chair George, it does make sense. And there are some conversations going on with the legislature about a potential legislative role in terms of providing some additional funding for this type of function, and what's the best way to do that, recognizing that this is a long-term problem with 30% of the households in the state on septic, and probably a fairly significant proportion of those households being income limited in the sense of not having access to a traditional bank loan. So this is a big issue, and I would view this effort as an important but a little bit of an experimental approach that will need to be adapted and refined as we learn more. But your suggestion of a gap analysis to find out, in particular, is there a segment of households, as Leanne mentioned, that can't afford any loan, and how big does that look, and how much of a problem is that, I think is important information.
Great to hear. I think it would be very helpful information moving forward, because yeah, I think we all kind of suspect the same thing, and the people out in the field could provide additional perspective. But I think we all know that there's plenty of those families out there. And both for their sake and for the sake of our environment, if there's a way that we could get those folks additional help, we'd certainly like to do it. So yeah, if we can get that kind of feedback, I think that would be great. Any other questions or comments on the presentation?
Chair George, I'm going to add just one other thing that I kind of want to emphasize here. While we're working on this rulemaking for CDFIs, we have authority currently to do a similar sort of program with county soil and water conservation districts or other public entities. And so, as I think Lynne and Leanne mentioned, we have been doing that with the Clackamas SWCD. So part of the overall picture of how to solve this problem probably involves not only CDFIs, but also getting other local government partners like SWCDs more active in this area. And that's an area that we are very interested in pursuing also.
That's great to hear. So is there kind of going to be an outreach effort to those kinds of local partners, or we're going to try to reach out to them, let them know the potential, and see if we can kind of expand the group of potential partners?
Chair George, this is part of an ongoing conversation right now within DEQ about how to promote that and how to build those partnerships with the soil and water conservation districts and counties and potentially other types of public entities. But I think all I want to signal for today is I think there's a fair amount of opportunity out there to get lower cost capital to homeowners, households that are really in need of this sort of assistance, and we're kind of exploring all the different avenues. We're going to talk about environmental justice issues later this afternoon, and this, in my mind, and I think the minds of many, is very clearly an opportunity for us to do some important work to advance not just water quality for people generally, generally, but also address some particular localized impacts that have hit lower income households particularly hard.
All right, good presentation and good discussion. And we know that there is more to come, but we're going to hear more about this work. All right, any last comments or questions on this presentation? I don't think so. Thank you very much for the good and thought-provoking presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining us. All right, we are ready to have the 1200Z permit development update. Welcome, presenters.
Chair George, Commissioners, Justin Green, Water Quality Administrator for DEQ. We have an informational item for the Commission today regarding our 1200Z industrial stormwater general permit renewal. As the Commission may recall, in August 2017, DEQ renewed the 1200Z industrial stormwater general permit for a 5-year term. A petition for review of that permit was filed in Multnomah County Circuit Court by Columbia Riverkeeper and Northwest Environmental Defense Center. Industrial permittees joined that litigation, and on August 17th, 2018, DEQ entered into a consent judgment and a settlement agreement whereby DEQ committed to a short-term revision of the permit, and that by March 30th, 2021, DEQ would issue a final revised 1200Z permit, along with written responses to public comments received on the revised permit. I will turn this over to Christine Spekevich and Stormwater staff to provide more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Chair George, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Christine Spekevich, and I manage the stormwater and the underground injection control programs here at DEQ. As Justin noted, I'm here to provide you an update on the rulemaking we're doing to renew the 1200Z industrial stormwater general permit. And we last provided an update to the Commission in November 2019. Next slide, please. So the 1200Z industrial stormwater general permit regulates industrial stormwater discharges from industrial sites that reach or may reach waterways in Oregon. The permit is designed to reduce pollutants that may get into waterways from these industrial sites. Hazardous materials that are stored outside, loading and unloading of materials, fueling stations, equipment maintenance and cleaning, and other activities at industrial facilities are often exposed to the weather. Runoff from rainfall and snowmelt that comes into contact with these activities can pick up pollutants and transport them directly into waterways. Currently, we have over 860 facilities throughout Oregon that have coverage under this general permit. These facilities discharge into 180 different waterways throughout the state. And these are all different types of facilities, such as lumber mills, landfills, auto and waste recycling, and food processing facilities. Sites are required to have permit coverage if they have certain standard industrial classification codes, or if they conduct specific activities and they discharge into the Columbia Slough or into the designated Portland Harbor Superfund area within the Willamette River in Portland. Next slide, please. You all might have seen this slide before in other presentations, but I'm just briefly going to walk through how the 1200Z Industrial Stormwater General Permit fits into our Clean Water Act work here at DEQ. So you all know we set pollution standards to protect the beneficial uses. We monitor the water, and when we assess that information to determine which waterways are impaired for which water bodies, or excuse me, for which pollutants, and what that means for our 303D list of impaired water bodies. We then issue permits, and we issue watershed plans, or what is commonly known as TMDLs. And then we work with others on non-permitted sources of pollution. As it relates to this permit, we were able to use the new integrated report, which became effective in November of 2020. And so we were able to evaluate all of the monitoring data that we have from all the facilities that have been monitoring, and many have been monitoring for many years, to determine which pollutants are in industrial stormwater and how those pollutants are and are not linked to the new 303D list of impaired waters. And this information was the basis for some of the proposed changes in the draft 1200Z permit, which I'll talk about in a moment. Next slide, please. So this slide is just another way to look at how DEQ's water programs work and fit together. Again, we set the water quality criteria to protect the beneficial uses. And in this picture, for this watershed, that includes fish and other aquatic life, recreation, drinking water, agriculture, and industry. We then conduct the monitoring to determine the quality of the water, and we use that data to assess how we are doing in protecting those beneficial uses. We also determine if any of the pollutants, if there are any pollutants in that waterway and are impaired. All of that information is then used to develop the watershed plans and TMDLs, as well as all the permits within that watershed. And we do that to prevent further pollution of those pollutants that the waterway is impaired for. And you will see in this picture that includes municipal stormwater, wastewater treatment plants, industrial stormwater from the industrial activities, as well as construction stormwater from the construction site. And as you know, we have many other programs that focus on protecting waterways from other activities, including non-point sources on agriculture and forest lands, and water work activities, and as we just talked about, on-site septic systems. Next slide, please. This slide is just, this includes a couple different pictures from different industrial facilities throughout the state, and throughout the rest of the presentation, you'll see pictures that have been taken on when we go out and do inspections. And this is just here to show you that all sites look very different in terms of what's happening outside and what types of activities come into contact with industrial stormwater. Next slide. So DEQ has had industrial stormwater general permits since 1991. And though the permit names have changed over time, the overall intent of the permits have been the same, which is to reduce pollution levels in stormwater that are discharged into Oregon's waterways from these industrial sites. Next slide. The current permit framework, that is the framework we have today, has been around for a couple permit terms now. And it requires all facilities to develop and implement site-specific stormwater pollution control plans. It requires all facilities to monitor stormwater. And then depending on the results of that, some facilities are required to install additional pollution controls if the samples are above the benchmarks. I want to take a brief moment to talk about what a benchmark is. So a benchmark is a target concentration that is intended to assist facilities in determining whether their pollution control measures are adequate to protect water quality. A key distinction between our current 1200Z permit and a typical individual wastewater permit is that an exceedance of a benchmark is not a permit violation. Failure to take action on that exceedance through documentation and corrective actions are violations. And I'm going to come back to that point in a couple moments. Next slide. So Justin already gave an overview regarding the consent judgment and the settlement that we entered into, and the fact that we reissued the permit in 2018 with some short-term changes that we agreed to. The settlement agreement also outlined a process that DEQ committed to go through as part of this permit renewal process. In short, DEQ committed to consider technology-based effluent limits for copper, lead, zinc, and total suspended solids, and to consider one or more water quality-based effluent limits related to industrial stormwater discharges into impaired waterways. To do this work, DEQ determined that we would conduct this permit renewal as a rulemaking rather than an order to ensure full transparency and public process associated with the permit renewal. Since there are so many facilities covered under this permit and we are considering some very important policy changes, we've determined that having this permit adopted by rule is most appropriate. As such, we established an advisory committee to provide input as we worked through the terms of the settlement agreement. The advisory committee was made up of industry representatives, environmental interests, consultants, and a representative from the City of Portland's Bureau of Environmental Services. Next slide, please. We started work on this in early 2019, and our advisory committee met 6 times between mid-2019 and mid-2020. We were able to do this permit rulemaking with the help of a contractor called PG Environmental. And PG Environmental has national expertise in industrial stormwater regulations as well as NPDES permitting. They have helped us and continue to help us with a number of elements related to this permit renewal, including the data analysis work that was presented at the advisory committee meetings to consider various methodologies and the appropriate scale for considering permit limits versus benchmarks in this permit renewal. In addition, we ended up having enough time for during the last meeting, so meeting number 6, where we were able to share a very early draft of the permit so we could get feedback and reactions from the advisory committee. And that was extraordinarily helpful as we developed and then finalized the draft permit that went out for comment in mid-August of last year of 2020. Next slide, please. So we're still working on the comments that we received, and we do not yet know what we will propose in the final permit. But I wanted to note that we evaluated, as I said, 18 years of discharge monitoring data, which is the data that the facilities collect, and we examined the significance of that data in relationship to the current 303D list of impaired waterways. And we did that to see if there were any pollutants that demonstrated that industrial stormwater has a reasonable potential to impact any given water body that is on the 303D list. And that work resulted in a proposed new framework in the draft permit for managing discharges of pH, copper, lead, zinc, bacteria, and iron that are discharged into waterways that are impaired for those pollutants. In the draft permit, we proposed that discharges into 303D listed waters for pH would be subject to a numeric water quality-based effluent limit that would be set at the basin-specific water quality criteria range throughout the state. For facilities that discharge into receiving waters that are on the 303D list for copper, lead, and zinc, the draft permit proposed escalating monitoring requirements from benchmarks to effluent limits if there were any 2 consecutive sample results that exceeded the water quality criteria for those pollutants, or 1 sample that was greater than 2 times the water quality criteria. In those cases, we proposed a 2-year compliance schedule that would depend on the site-specific circumstances at each facility. And that would mean that facilities would need to meet specific milestones, but they would not be subject to a final numeric effluent limit for 2 years, providing each time to make whatever necessary improvements on their sites that would be needed to reduce those metal concentrations. In addition, we proposed narrative water quality-based effluent limits for bacteria and iron exceedances. And a narrative water quality-based effluent limit is a more prescriptive way, and the permit has a series of prescriptive stormwater operational and source control measures that would be required for exceedances of those pollutants. And that's because bacteria and iron exceedances are very ubiquitous throughout the environment. And while there are some facilities that would have work to do to control their discharges, there's also the possibility that there would be discharges of elevated levels of those pollutants that the facility would not be able to do anything about. Some examples of those would be to require cleaning of storm lines on a certain time frame and catch basins, and also ensuring that all soils are stabilized at sites that have the potential to discharge into stormwater. Next slide, please. Another area that is different in the draft permit that went out for public comment is regarding the benchmarks. So one of the things that that we proposed in this permit was to align the what are called georegions with how we assess our water quality criteria, both in our water quality standards program, but also in our assessments program for how we determine which pollutants and which waterways are impaired. And so this is just to really just bring all of our programs together and ensure that we're looking at the information and analyzing the information in exactly the same way. We also recalculated the benchmarks through this process. We did give some presentations to the advisory committee, and we got feedback on the methodology that we have been using to develop the benchmarks, which was really helpful. And then we reran the numbers, which resulted in some different benchmarks than in the current permit that's in effect now. And in addition, when we recalculated certain benchmarks, we used Oregon's water quality criteria, which is different than what we've done in the past, where we had used the federal water quality criteria to determine the benchmarks. And so this is a change, proposed change to make this the permit fully Oregon specific. Next slide. And then finally, as it relates to the differences in the draft, there were a number of changes throughout the permit to improve readability and clarity. There were a number of changes regarding how, what, and when corrective actions would be required, and specifically as those relate to the benchmark exceedances, as well as what the water quality-based effluent limits. And then we also proposed various elements from EPA's draft federal industrial stormwater permit. Since then, and in fact, actually last Friday, EPA finalized their industrial stormwater general permit. So we're currently evaluating that final permit to determine what, if any, parts of that are appropriate for Oregon now. Next slide. So as you can probably imagine, we received hundreds of comments, and we're still working through them right now to determine what will be in and what will be out of the final proposed permit and why. And while we received lots of different comments on lots of different parts of the permit, one of the main areas of feedback that we received comments on is regarding the proposed new framework for managing the elevated levels of the impairment pollutants that are on the 303D list. The comments that we received regarding these, what we proposed, ranged from concerns about just the general framework and the fact that a stormwater permit would include effluent limits, to the actual proposed numeric effluent limit levels that were in the permit, and concerns about the compliance schedule timeline. Another area of the proposed permit that DEQ received a number of comments on were the proposed benchmarks for copper, lead, and zinc. Again, we received lots of different types of comments, but we received comments regarding the increased cost to comply with the benchmarks that would be lower than what's in the current permit today. Concerns about past pollution reduction investments that were made and those not being accounted for, as well as just what the draft benchmark concentrations are, and that we received comments that they are more conservative than needed to be protective of water quality. Next slide. So I want to thank you for your time and interest in this important work. And I look forward to, for the March meeting, we will be here to present a final permit for the commission to consider that protects Oregon's waterways, is defensible, and also is implementable for the industries as well as for DEQ. Are there any questions that I can answer?
I'm not seeing any hands. Director, do you have something for us?
I do. Thank you, Chair George, commissioners, and thank you, Christine and Justin, for the great presentation on this very important permit. This, as Christine noted, this permit has been very controversial historically in Oregon and with DEQ. And we are doing this permit by rule this time around, which is new. And because of that, I just want to provide a quick reminder to the commission about our rulemaking process, particularly for something like this that is controversial and that people have lots of opinions about. Our rulemaking process under the Oregon Administrative Procedures Act provides for, as you've heard, a rule advisory committee, and then a issuance of a draft rule, a public comment period for people to provide comments. So your decision in March will need to be based on the rulemaking record that has been created, including the public comments that have been received during the public comment period. There may be a temptation on the part of some to contact individual commissioners between now and your March commission meeting. And I'm just going to remind you all that you cannot consider any additional public comments or comments from an individual other than the staff presentation and the record that's presented to you at your March commission meeting. So that's as much a message for the general public, just to be clear on what our process is for decision making in a rulemaking as it is for commissioners. But I just thought, given the nature of this decision and how we're approaching it, it was important to repeat that for everybody. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Director. It is important. We need to comply with the requirements and limitations on the public input process. And of course, we also want to direct people's comments to that process so that their input is on the record and is part of the considered record. So it's a good reminder for everyone as we move forward. Any other comments or questions on this permit rulemaking effort? Vice Chair Barroso. I'm not hearing our vice chair. Is anybody else?
Gotcha.
Oh, we got him now. We got him.
Yep. Just to be, thank you, Chair George. Just to be like clear about it, folks can provide comment, are encouraged to provide comment, but that has to happen during the public comment period and not outside of the public comment period. So just to make sure there's a point on that, we encourage it and seek it, but it has to fall within that public comment period.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that clarification, Vice Chair. We absolutely encourage it. We want, it sounds like it's well underway, but we want that input. And again, we just want it to make sure that all that input does go into the record. You know, people are making an effort to review this substantial rulemaking. We certainly want their input as part of the official record. And of course, it will be considered as part of our process. So that's a really important clarification. We want and need that feedback for sure. All right, anything else on this topic? All right, seeing no hands, I want to thank everybody for the presentation and the substantial work effort. And we know we will be seeing you again before too long. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, our next agenda item, number one, I just want to make sure that Nancy Bennett is with us because we are rolling along ahead of schedule. Do we have Nancy on the call?
I am here, Chair George.
Wonderful. Welcome, Nancy. So since everybody is here for this, let's go ahead and move forward with the racial justice and equity work at DEQ. Director.
Thank you, Chair George, members of the commission. For the record, Richard Whitman, DEQ Director. I do have Nancy Bennett, our Policy and Governmental Affairs Manager, with me here today. We're going to tag team this really important presentation for the commission. And what could be more timely than having some discussion with the commission about this important work? Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about two things. I'm going to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion work that's going on in terms of DEQ's workforce and leadership right now. And I'm also going to talk about DEQ's work in terms of racial and climate justice. They're very related, but I think it's important to have a bit of focus on each of these topics. I think many of you will recognize the picture in this slide. This is Amanda Gorton, the 22-year-old poet who spoke at President Biden's inauguration yesterday. And if you have not listened to her her poem, her beautiful poem, please go to YouTube and listen to it. If you do nothing else today, please do that. This is a very short excerpt from her poem. And I put it in here because she so beautifully articulated why this work is so important right now. I'm gonna talk a little bit about that in personal terms for me, but I think to some degree for all of us. We started out, 2020 was a really tough year for this nation. We started out with COVID. We very quickly had a series of killings of people of color, highly publicized around the country, including the George Floyd killing, but frankly, many others, including many killings that happened before that. We had the ongoing pandemic and the burden of the pandemic really falling on our communities of color and low-income communities around the country in a very unfair and disproportionate way. We also then closed out 2020 and began 2021 with, frankly, the storming of our nation's capital, and a lot of symbolism around that invoked issues around race and our nation's history. And then, of course, here in Oregon, we have our own particular geographic history of racism in the state of Oregon that is really unique and unlike other parts of the country. Everybody has their own stories and own history, but Oregon has a very ugly history. And then finally, as the agency of the state of Oregon that's responsible for protecting public health and our environment, in terms of why now, why do we protect the quality of Oregon's air, the quality of Oregon's water, the quality of our lands? We don't do it just because it's a good thing to do. We do it to protect people, and we do it to protect communities. And if we're not protecting all of our communities, we're not doing our job. And as scientists, as a science-based agency, we also increasingly have the information, the data, the tools to know when particular communities, particularly our communities of color, our low-income communities, other underrepresented communities, are suffering a burden from pollution to a degree that other communities are not. And that information is becoming more and more readily available to us every day, every year, and that's a good thing. But with that information and that knowledge comes even greater responsibility to act on it. So that is why now. That is why it is time to really embrace this work and try to move Oregon forward, both in terms of how we are protecting particular communities within the state. And also, as we set an example as an agency with a public responsibility and mission for how we as an organization engage in that work. Because in order for us to really be effective in this work, we need a stronger organization. We need a more diverse organization. We need an organization that very clearly articulates that it values fairness and equity and inclusion of people of all races, of all backgrounds in the work that we do. That's part of our engagement with communities of color, is having our own diverse workforce. So we're only spending half an hour or so with the commission to talk with you about this work this afternoon, but I want you to know that this work is, I think, really seen as critically important from the bottom of the agency, from our line workers, from our receptionist at the front door, right up through managers, right up through the leadership team, right up to the director, and I know to our commission also. So that's why we wanted this opportunity to talk with you all today. A lot of people are doing different parts of this work. We're not going to be able to describe everybody's work here today. That doesn't mean it's not valued. I've been very energized by what I've seen from DEQ's staff in terms of their commitment to this work, particularly over the past several months. In a lot of ways, this is being led from the bottom, not the top. And that's a good thing. What is leaders of the agency, I think if we can harness that work, if we can acknowledge our own responsibility to deliver on it and not put the burden on line staff, and yet take the energy and ideas and heart that goes from that, I think that will help us succeed with this really important effort. So with that, I am going to talk a little bit about the diversity, equity, and inclusion work going on within DEQ. And Nancy Bennett is then going to talk, after I transition to her, a little bit about what's going on in terms of how DEQ relates to the rest of the state and the communities that we carry out our mission for. So with that, could I have the next slide, please, Stephanie? Before I go on, I also want to acknowledge the leadership of Oregon Governor Brown on this work, and of many others, but here, particularly in Oregon, Governor Brown has made it really clear in her term as governor, particularly in the last year, how important this work is to her personally. She communicates that on a regular basis to agency leaders and to all the state workers. And so having her support for this work as we go through it is also an important part of the overall effort. So what are we doing here at DEQ? Again, I'm not going to go into each one of these bullets in detail, and different bullets are frankly at different stages of progress. But I want to, at least in broad brushes, illustrate for you the broad scope of the work that's going on and the holistic nature, because picking at this work, picking at particular pieces of this work ain't gonna cut it, frankly. In order for us to really be transformational with this work, we need to be taking on multiple parts of the problem at the same time and really trying to work across the board to improve diversity, equity, and inclusion within DEQ. So these aren't in any sort of priority order, but first of all, we did include in our agency request budget funding for a coordinator position for our DEI work in DEQ, and that recruitment has been posted. We're actually in recruitment for that position right now. And Brian Bowling has led that effort, and that individual will be an important part of the team in terms of managing, helping everybody manage this work. Will be really a key person in this effort. We have a diversity, equity, and inclusion work group within the agency. It was set up a couple of years ago and has been working, has done good work. We are refreshing the membership of the DEI work group and kind of more, we're creating a DEI work group 2.0 that really does the next level of work in this area. That work group also is linked to groups that support particular parts of DEQ's workforce and managers. We have a BIPOC group that has been meeting for a couple of months now, that is very active right now and very energized in a good way, both of management service, and then there's a separate group that is non-management service. And so they are providing input to the DEI work group and to leadership in the agency and to each other. They're providing support for each other as they share their experiences as Black, Indigenous, or people of color working at DEQ. What's that like? What are the barriers and obstacles that they're experiencing, and to some degree what they should do about it. And so that's, I think, a very positive part of this work. As you know, we're also at the beginning stages of developing really the first comprehensive strategic plan for DEQ that's existed, at least in modern times. And we're doing that with an equity lens, with some assistance in terms of how to think about a strategic plan that centers equity as part of the strategic plan. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more at the end of this. And the first visioning meeting of the steering committee for strategic planning is actually meeting on Monday, and we'll hear a presentation about equity as part of that meeting. We have had a series of trainings for starting with managers for our leadership team and for staff around equity and racial injustice issues. There's more training being planned for all levels of the agency over the course of the next year. We're working with some outside experts who have worked with other organizations to provide that training. A really important part of this work that we heard, I still remember the message from Serena Stoudemire in the governor's office about this, is building relationships between DEQ and in particular educational institutions, creating relationships that provide pathways for people to come work at DEQ, to want to come work at DEQ, and who can improve the level of diversity in the organization. There may also be possibilities with other institutions to create similar relationships. And this isn't just about entry level. This is also trying to figure out how we diversify at the manager level and even in the leadership of the agency long term. And then another piece of this that Brian Bowling and his team in particular have done a lot of work on in the last year, but there is still more work to be done, is onboarding. How do we bring people of color in particular into the agency, and what are the barriers? What is the experience that they are living and what are the obstacles and problems, and how do we make DEQ more of a welcoming community for people of diverse races and backgrounds. So we're working on all of those pieces, again, in various stages. And we, as we continue this work, it will be messy. That's one thing I've learned about this work. We will make, and we have made missteps in this work. But we're learning from that. When we've made missteps with staff, with managers, they've been brave enough to tell us, I believe, I hope, and I want to encourage them to continue doing that, because that's how we learn. That's how we fix things. So again, I am energized personally by this work. I know a lot of other people in the agency are as well, and it's the right time for us to be really leaning into this effort. With that, Stephanie, let me pause and see if there are questions before we start to transition and talk about racial, environmental, and climate justice work that we're doing with a little bit more of an external lens.
Well, thank you for that introduction, Director. Vice Chair Barroso.
You took some words out of my mouth, Director. This is really heartening to see. I know that it's for the work that this agency does, and for so many reasons, it's great to hear. And I think there's no time. So yeah. So I'm happy to see this. I'm excited to see this. I just had, I guess, and I appreciate your acknowledgement that this work is messy, and there's no clear sort of routes and paths to it, and there's evolutions as an organization grows and people grow with it. So I appreciate that acknowledgement. I was wondering about just who, within the hierarchy, who the DEQ coordinator is going to report to. I mean, there's always too much in those roles, but I did just at a face value, I just wondered if it's already been sort of thought through where within the hierarchy that position sits. And I had another question that I'm not remembering now, so I'll start there.
Thank you, Vice Chair Barroso, Chair George. Right now, the position that we have for this work will report to our Central Services Administrator, and will be a management service employee, and will routinely participate in leadership team meetings. I won't so there is discussion about how this position relates to the leadership team, how it relates to the director, how it relates to the environmental justice work and staffing that we're going to talk about in a minute. And that's all kind of a work in progress, and I don't want to announce particular ways that that's going to look without providing opportunity to get input from staff, managers, leadership team, and the commission about that. But right now we're kind of constrained by the position that we have in our budget, which is again a management service position reporting to Brian Bowling. And yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that. I guess I think it's a fair place to start, and I think that there's an evolution that DEQ, like any organization, is going to have to go to, and I think in time you'll find out that probably it'll outgrow what that is. But I appreciate that, and I think you almost have to walk before you run. Thank you, Vice Chair Barroso. There has been discussion about whether this needs to be a higher level position, and that's a continuing conversation, I think, within the agency. I think what I would say for right now is you're going to see me personally involved in this work. I have been personally involved for the last several months in particular, and it's not appropriate for me to go into all the description of that right now, but you're going to see me personally involved in this also. And I think that's the most important signal to send to not only our staff and our managers, but externally also for the agency.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Barrasso, if you remember your second question, you'll be sure to let us know. Until then, we'll go to Commissioner Mosby.
Yeah, thank you, Chair George. Just a couple things. I want to first compliment Director Whitman. The emotion in your voice, I could tell this is really a subject that you care about. And like you said, it's going to be a huge priority and should be so. I do have one question for Chair George. I sometimes have problems with the nomenclature keeps changing. And Chair George, I know you're a registered tribal member. I've always pretty much used the Native American term, and now they're using indigenous. What, as a registered tribal member, which nomenclature would you prefer so that I'm politically correct here?
Oh, goodness. Well, it's certainly a fair and fine question. And unfortunately, I'm not going to have an easy answer for you. Some people have very strong preferences about these different terms, and they like some and they don't like others. And I'm more than happy to have further conversation with you offline about this. You're right. I'm a tribal member, and so some tribal members like words like tribal members, tribal people, tribal communities. Other people very much like the use of Native American. And then my mother would also say, I don't see what's wrong with the word Indian. I was always proud to be Indian, and am to this day proud to be Indian. And so, but other people have some, dislikes or some poor associations with some of those words, and their experience is valid and important as well. So I think, generally speaking, you're safe with Native American or tribal people, but I'm sure others would have different opinions. And again, happy to talk more about that if you'd like some other time.
Yeah, thanks.
Vice Chair Barrasso.
The question that it did come to me, and I think it plays into all of this, but it's just as we're talking about, I mean, I know we've known, generally speaking, and obviously COVID and the impacts that COVID is going to have on budget, putting those things aside, we've known for a while that there is in terms of DEQ's workforce, that there is going to need to be significant succession planning. And I know a big part of a lot of the work that you've been doing in terms of the leadership that has changed over the past couple of years has been rooted in that. But it would really be helpful as sort of this work is happening to bring, to the extent possible, and having those sightlines around what that succession is starting to look like, so it is transparent for folks to see where those paths exist, around recruiting, around leadership, around different leadership teams and structures, because it takes time to change an organization, and I know people are one of those ways, and yet I know that opportunity does exist within the agency, given what we've known before.
Thank you, Vice Chair Barrasso, Chair George. This is an important part of the work is leadership in the agency, and a person of color made this point to me, who works at DEQ, made this point to me yesterday, as a matter of fact, that it's important to remember there are different types of leadership in different forms. There's kind of the formal structure at DEQ, and what, in terms of succession planning, how do we get more diversity in the formal structure? But I think it's also important to think about what are other leadership opportunities. Not everybody wants to be an agency director. Not everybody wants to be, whatever position in leadership. And there are other opportunities for people to be seen and to have a lived experience as a leader that I think is another dimension for us to think about in this work. How do we do that more intentionally? Also, how do we show up internally and externally in terms of diversity, and whether that's a particular title that's associated with somebody, or is it just somebody who's taking on the responsibility to represent the agency or a part of the agency. So I think we're starting to really think about that also.
Very valid.
Thank you.
Not to say the formal structure is not important. It is. Yeah.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Well, and just from myself, just briefly before we move on, I too want to thank you and DEQ for really embracing on a deep level the dedication to work to take on this tremendously important work. And Director, I want to thank you for the way you started this conversation. Because I think to enter this work well, it is important up front to recognize and state honestly the historical disproportionate impacts of environmental degradation on communities of color and low income communities. And you did that as you introduced the topic, and it's a necessary part. It's a necessary part of where you begin and how to start. And to recognize that there have been, and this agency is part of a larger state government, there has been work and the effects of work that has had disproportional health impacts. I mean, some people's health is more harmed than other people's health by the effects of environmental degradation. And that there's been disproportionate impacts on the resources upon which community of color and low income communities depend. Most of you know that I'm a member of a tribal nation and I work for a tribal government. And so just one small of hundreds and thousands of examples would be, I can say that it is very hard to have a healthy community and a healthy economy if the health of your community depends on abundant fish and fish that are healthy to eat. And that's the kind of community that I come from and that I've worked with. And that's only one small example. There are many, many examples of the way in which the impacts of environmental harm disproportionately affects different communities. So I appreciate the goodwill and the good intention with which this effort is getting underway. And I just felt it was important to say that. I hope that I've signaled the importance I place on this by calling into some of the trainings and really talking with you and management staff about what we can do to support this work. So thank you for this, and let's go ahead and proceed with the presentation.
So if I could have the next slide, please, Stephanie. So thank you, Chair George. And, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So this obviously is a picture of the Portland metro area and the concentration of diesel particulate in particular parts of the Portland metro area as of 2017. There are similar slides for other parts of Oregon. This isn't just a Portland metro issue. I thought about putting in the slide for the Willamette Valley in here that shows similar picture for Salem and Eugene, but I mainly wanted to make the point really why we need to be working on environmental justice, not just in terms of the diversity, equity, and inclusion work within the agency, but also if we truly are concerned about environmental health in the environment with respect to the people of Oregon, we need to be thinking about specific people and communities and how they're affected by pollution. And diesel is only one form of pollution. We talked earlier about on-site septic systems failing and the fact that in many cases that involves lower income rural households. It often involves households that are also getting their drinking water off of a private well that may be located very close to that septic system. So These issues really cut across the full range of the work that DEQ does, whether it's an air pollution issue, a water quality issue, or an issue in terms of contamination of land. With that, Nancy, I'm going to turn this over to Nancy Bennett to talk a bit about initiatives that have been proposed by Governor Brown in her budget and legislatively, and how that dovetails with some of the work that we're doing at DEQ. So with that, Nancy, do you want to take us in the next slide?
See the next slide, Stephanie. Okay, great. Well, thanks. Good afternoon, commissioners. Again, I'm Nancy Bennett, for the record, Policy and External Affairs Manager. And as Director Whitman said, I'm going to focus a little bit on some of these sort of external pieces, one being budget and legislative. And I want to start out talking a little bit about Senate Bill 286. This is a governor's bill. And one of the primary purposes is to create a new Environmental Justice Council. This council will replace the current Environmental Justice Task Force, if you've worked with the task force. And so a couple key things. One, this will be staffed by DEQ. And right now the task force has sort of intermittent staffing from the governor's office. It's a very complicated body to staff, as Director Whitman knows well, because he had to do that. So I think that's one major step forward, is to be a volunteer body to take on the kind of complexity and level of work without that consistent staffing. I think it's extremely difficult. So I'm really excited about this piece. It will be a 13-member council, 9 members appointed by the governor, with particular expertise in environmental, racial, and climate justice. The responsibilities are several key things. One, of course, will be advising the governor and other natural resource agencies on environmental justice issues. I think one of the sort of key differences with the current task force and what the vision for this new council will be is, one, again, the staffing. One will be more data, and that's something I'm going to talk about a little bit more. That's really a critical piece of this. And also, I think an enhanced focus around public participation, and how do we do really that equitable community engagement that I think a lot of agencies want to do, but need guidance and support in doing. And again, I think the goal in all of this is really to guide decision-making and public participation so that we're coming with better outcomes. And out of this bill will call for sort of the development of tools and a report to the governor and the EQC. I think a new aspect of this is a desire to be more closely connected to the commission. I think kind of how that looks exactly is sort of to be decided. And I do want to say that this particular bill draft is still being fine-tuned. So there is a bill for those watching out there in the system, but I know the governor's office is working to kind of make some changes and tweaks to it. So it will go under further revision. And I don't know, Director Whitman, if you want to say anything more about the relationship with the commission before we move on.
I think, yeah, it is, as you said, Nancy, still undergoing some tweaking by the governor's office, but I think the desire, recognizing the broad scope of the Environmental Quality Commission's responsibilities, and to some degree the expertise that is developed in the commission around environmental health, environmental issues, is to have a regular opportunity for interchange between the Environmental Justice Council and the commission, something like a quarterly, if not joint meeting, then opportunity to meet together for a short period of time, a few times a year, to talk about the patterns that the Environmental Justice Council has seen, how it relates to the work that the EQC is doing, and then back in the other direction also, for the EQC to be able to communicate to the Environmental Justice Council what it's seen in its work, and things that the Environmental Justice Council may be able to do to frankly help, and in particular help with other agencies in terms of their role in addressing environmental burden on BIPOC communities. So that's I think the rough concept at this point.
Great, thank you. Stephanie, can I get the next slide? Okay, so one new thing that it was included in Governor Brown's budget was the creation of a new Office of Environmental Justice. And I meant to say at the beginning that this council and this new office are recommendations that have come out of the Governor's Racial Justice Council. So these are kind of a clear sort of next steps action that they were recommending. So this new Office of Environmental Justice, the governor put funding in her budget. She added 3 new positions. One would be a manager, one would be someone focused on engagement, and then a research analyst. And we've talked about this, again, being an office that would sit potentially in the director's office so that it has kind of that cross-program view and really is at a high level in the organization. The responsibilities of the new office are sort of, I'd say 2 core areas. One will be providing that policy consultation, data analysis, engagement to DEQ programs. And I think we would all acknowledge we have a lot of room to grow there, but there's a lot of, as Director Whitman said earlier, a tremendous desire within the agency to work in this area. So I think our staff would be very welcoming of that kind of support and direction. And then secondarily, as I already talked about, this staff would be supporting this new Environmental Justice Council. And again, the council is going to be also looking at, sort of the whole statewide issues and looking, where are we seeing disparities in communities? What recommendations do we have around rule adoption? What recommendations do we have around policy development? What are the best practices for community engagement? So that is kind of would be, I think, a bit of the scope of the work for this council, again, staffed with this new Office of Environmental Justice. And I would just say further, actually, let's go to the next slide. Stephanie. So going back to the Senate Bill 286. So one of the big parts of this bill that, again, I think is still kind of being tweaked and looked at very carefully is how do we look at environmental health burdens in our community? How do we do that data analysis? We just really don't have the tools right now to look at that at the level that we would like to. So part of this bill is requiring this analysis to take place. The governor actually funded this analysis, put actually $1 million of general fund in DEQ's budget toward this. And so I think, again, the bill outlines a bit of what this analysis should really look like. It's really, excuse me, focused on sort of these highly impacted communities, these vulnerable populations. And that's not just looking at sort of racial issues, it's also looking at geography, it's looking at coastal areas, it's looking at low-income areas, rural Oregon. There's, I think, a desire to look a little bit more holistically. What are some of the economic burdens that drive some of these decisions? Because there's so much intersection in all of it. So, as we say, this analysis kind of has to look at all of this together. And so how do we sort of do that? I think when I first saw this in the bill, quite honestly, I felt a bit daunted by it because we just don't have necessarily the expertise or the tools yet at our disposal. And I think part of that goal would be to start to build that. So Stephanie, can I get the next slide? So again, Director Whitman and I have talked a bit about this whole issue of mapping environmental burden and really going beyond sort of what we have now, which is EPA's EJ screen. And I think one of the acknowledged weaknesses of EJ screen is that it it can't really do that greater level of risk analysis. It doesn't do that cumulative impact analysis. And I was thinking of it sort of like getting a health screening where they can say, yeah, there's something here, but they can't diagnose the disease, right? And so I think we are excited about the possibility of having tools that would help us hone in on and actually look at, particular risks in communities, but also what's the cumulative aspect of that. And yeah, go ahead, Director.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy. So I wanted to talk about this just a little bit more to try to articulate to the commission what we're looking for here. EPA's EJ screen is a tool that was developed, I don't know, roughly starting about 10 years ago, and it allows you to look at socioeconomic and health data in particular communities, typically at the census block level, which is down pretty small. But then what it does is it allows you to think about what's the impact of a single program or action on that community. It isn't really set up to allow analysis of what's the impact of multiple actions or multiple programs on a particular community. And that's the second generation of tool that is being developed around the country for this work, allows layering of multiple actions around a specific geography or a specific community. And one example of that is the Washington Tracking Network here, California, EnviroScreen is another, but there are other programs in other states and communities around the nation. And interestingly, DEQ staff have really on their own initiative been starting to look at these and evaluate what are good tools and what are tools that might be most adaptable to Oregon. And so we're very hopeful that we can start to bring this sort of tool to the work of the agency. You saw a really high level version of this in Dee Woo's presentation on regional haze earlier today when she was looking at the impacts of potential pollution reductions on communities around some of those facilities that might be pulled into the program. We'd love to be able to do more of that and more sophisticated versions of that and bring that information to the commission so you can consider it as part of your work, and the agency, when it's taking actions, also can be much more intentional about this work. So having this knowledge is really then having the power to actually start to do something about these disparities. So this is really where the rubber meets the road on the racial justice and environmental justice work, is having these types of tools to do this sort of work. Nancy, I'll hand it back to you.
Sure. No, thank you for adding that. I guess I would just say, one other point before I think, Richard, you're going to go back to sort of the internal DEQ piece, is that, we're very excited and pleased the governor has prioritized this. It is all still pending legislative approval. So I kind of want to make sure that we all know that we still have to go through our legislative session. We've started talking about this to the legislature, and they have indicated, I think, in general, a real interest in looking at equity this session, more so than I've seen in my many, many years of working in Oregon politics. So I think that's encouraging. So we'll keep you posted on those conversations, and we're very hopeful that we can, I think Richard said earlier on, transformational, and I think that these tools and this office would be very transformational for us at DEQ. So with that, Richard, I'm going to hand it back to you.
Thanks, Nancy. Stephanie, if I could please get the next slide. So I'm sorry. I just I mentioned earlier in the presentation that we are just at the visioning stage of work on our strategic plan. And I will say that I feel pretty strongly that DEQ strategic plan needs to include a value statement around equity and around diversity. And so we would like, and this is the ask of the commission, this is not an action item today, but we would like the commission to start thinking about this and to be prepared at the March meeting to come back and talk to us and give us advice and direction on this piece of the strategic plan in particular. I'm not saying we also are going to want to engage you on other pieces of the strategic plan, but I think particularly on this, because of the central nature of this work, we really want to have EQC closely engaged in developing this for the agency over the course of the next couple of months. So the bullets that you see here are some early articulations by me of potential elements of a value statement around equity. I think one piece of this that I'm also thinking about is more on the vision side. You know, the strategic plan is oriented around a 5-year time horizon. So in terms of vision for the agency, what measurable things do we want to see the agency accomplish over that sort of time frame in terms of diversity, in terms of racial justice, in terms of lessening environmental burden? Ideally, I would like us to come out of this strategic plan not just with high-level concepts, which are important and which articulate values, but also with metrics, with measurable goals, objectives that we can use to tell, are we moving the agency where we want to move the agency and the state in terms of protecting communities, protecting the environmental health of communities. So please think about this, and we'll have more communication with the commission between now and the March meeting. We'll talk about this also in the internal steering committee for the strategic plan, but we would really like to have the full commission engaged on this work as well in the next couple of months. And then if there are no questions or comments about that, I have one more slide. I wanted to return to this. This is the, you had a presentation from DEQ's local union representatives and reflecting a resolution that was adopted by the local on recommendations around racial justice. And I just wanted to refresh all of our memory that that's out there, that that's an important part of this conversation, and that we want to continue to engage with AFSCME on these issues and get their input on this work as well. I will note that we are making initial steps on many of these items, but again, as I articulated earlier, we don't want to just hear about the initial steps, we want to hear about the missteps also. And this will be messy, and so we welcome hearing more from the union about whether that's good work that is getting done in the agency or work that they believe needs some redirection. We welcome the partnership on this. And with that, that is the presentation. Chair George and commissioners, again, I can't overstress how important this work is, not just for me personally and for many personally within the agency, but institutionally for DEQ and more broadly for Oregon and Oregonians to really embrace this work and try to move us collectively forward in meaningful ways on this work here in the coming years.
Well, thank you for that, Director. And I also appreciate the way in which you are openly acknowledging and inviting that feedback, both from the Commission, but from employees as well. You know, our employees, of course, are the ones who know the department inside and out, and they know how things are implemented and, you know, where best intentions work and where they don't. And so I too encourage them to speak out and share their perspectives. And I'm so glad to see you starting this work with that invitation, because I'm sure they're going to have a lot of observations that are going to be really important as this process moves forward. And do any of the commissioners have any other thoughts at this time to share? We know that we're going to be hearing a great deal more about this work and in more detail. Okay, it doesn't look like it. So thank you, Nancy and Richard, for that presentation. We look forward to doing what we can to support this work.
Thank you, Chair George. We are close to back on schedule. I'm actually very thankful that we had the additional time for that discussion, that really important discussion. And again, just the beginnings of important work, but I'll say thank you to Ali Mirzakhalili for giving us some extra time for it by being efficient at the beginning of this meeting. With that, I think, Chair George, we're probably at a time for a quick break before the outstanding resource water agenda item.
So I agree. And since we're coming up, kind of like you say, getting close to our regular schedule, is the will of the group, shall we just reconvene at 3:55 as scheduled? Two thumbs
Sure,
up.
George.
Director, do you have any other thoughts?
Yeah, I might. We are a little thin on time for the public forum at the end of this meeting.
Okay.
And so you might just make it a 10-minute. We're quibbling over 5 minutes now, but you might make it just a 10-minute break and give us a little more time for public forum.
Well, no, I think that's a good suggestion. If we can get an additional 5 minutes for that, we'll take it. So let's come back at 3:50. All right, see you folks back here at 3:50.
And thank you, Chair George. This is Stephanie Caldera, your Commission Assistant. At this time, I will pause the recording until the Commission reconvenes at 3:50 p.m. Thank you.
There we go. Welcome back, Commissioner Kyle. I'm going to get you pinned. There you are, so I can try to keep an eye on everybody. All right. Well, we are now ready for our action item J as the outstanding resource waters, designation for Waldo Lake and Crater Lake. So welcome, presenters.
Thank you, Chair George, Commissioners. Justin Green, Water Quality Division Administrator. With me today is Connie Dow, the Manager for the Water Quality Standards and Assessment section, as well as Deborah Sturdivant, the Technical Lead for the Water Quality Standards Program. We are here today to present DEQ's recommendation that the Commission designate Waldo Lake and Crater Lake as outstanding resource waters. Next slide, please. There are two EQC action items, one is for Waldo Lake and one for Crater Lake. Today we are recommending the Commission adopt rule amendments that will first designate Crater Lake an outstanding resource water and protect the existing high water quality of Crater Lake, and second, designate Waldo Lake an outstanding resource water to protect the existing high water quality of Waldo Lake. I will turn it over to Connie and Deb to provide an in-depth discussion of the proposed rule amendments.
Thanks, Justin. Thank you, Chair George and the commissioners. For the record, my name is Connie Dow. I'm the manager for the Water Quality Standards and Assessment section. I will give you a brief overview of the background information on outstanding resource waters. And just bring you back a little bit, on July 17, 2017, the Oregon Environmental Quality Commission unanimously named the national, next slide, please. Unanimously named the national wild and scenic North Fork Smith River, its tributaries and associated wetlands, outstanding resource water. That was the first outstanding resource water in Oregon. So if today's recommendations are approved by the commission, it will add 2 more outstanding resource waters in our state. So what is an outstanding resource water? Outstanding resource water designation is reserved for the highest water quality of the US and is a part of the anti-degradation policy of the Clean Water Act. These waters have exceptional water quality, ecological or recreational values, and they constitute an outstanding state or national resource. Oregon DEQ's anti-degradation policy requires that the existing water quality must be protected from degradation or backsliding. The outstanding resource water designation gives a special protection for the most pristine waters in the state. So now I will turn to Deborah to present the details on the exceptional water quality, recreational values, and the cultural values of Waldo Lake and Crater Lake, the proposed rule language, and some amazing pictures of the 2 lakes. Thank you. Deb, please take over.
Next slide, please, Stephanie. Okay, good afternoon, Chair George and members of the commission. My name is Deborah Sturdivant, and I'm the Water Quality Standards Program Lead. Just real quickly, on a personal note, I wanted to say that prior to 2020, I've gone to Crater Lake over Thanksgiving for 35 years. This last November, since we could not go and have our traditional gathering due to the pandemic, I was very pleased to be preparing this presentation for you instead. Today, I'll briefly present some highlights of the exceptional qualities of Crater and Waldo Lakes and show a few pictures that I hope give you a sense of these outstanding Oregon waters. And then I will summarize the rulemaking process, and Director Whitman will summarize the proposed rules for you. We'll pause at a couple points during the presentation to take your questions. And after the presentation, we have some slides with possible motion language prepared for you if you want to use that. And then finally, I'd like to welcome Crater Lake National Park Superintendent Craig Ackerman and Willamette National Forest Deputy Supervisor Dwayne Bishop, who are attending the meeting today and will make some brief remarks following your action. Next slide, please, Stephanie. This rulemaking was initiated in response to a petition submitted by the Northwest Environmental Defense Center in April of 2019. The petition requested that the commission designate Waldo Lake and its associated wetlands as outstanding resource waters and adopt a policy to protect the water quality and ecological integrity of these waters. Based on the supporting information provided in the petition and overwhelmingly supportive public comment, the EQC granted the petition. And in addition, the EQC included Crater Lake as recommended by DEQ. Next slide, Stephanie. So first, I want to share some highlights of the unique and exceptional qualities of Waldo Lake. Next slide. We'll go through these pretty quickly. Waldo Lake is located near the crest of the Cascade Mountains, southeast of Eugene, high in the watershed at over 5,400 feet elevation. Next slide. Waldo Lake is approximately 10 square miles and over 400 feet deep in some areas. The surrounding watershed is only 20 square miles and is outlined in yellow on this slide. The relatively small size of the watershed contributes to the high water quality of the lake because there's little input of sediment or nutrients from the landscape. It also means the replacement time for water in the lake is long, about 30 years, making it susceptible to water pollution because it can't quickly flush out pollutants that enter the lake. Next slide. Waldo is exceptionally clear and has low levels of particulates, nutrients, and algal growth. You may hear people say Waldo Lake is similar to distilled water because there are very low levels of dissolved substances in the water. These pictures are an attempt to show you the clarity of the water. The lower left picture is the shadow of my kayak on the bottom of the lake, where the lake is about 30 feet deep. Next slide. Secchi depth is measure of water quality by measuring how deep you can see a black and white disc lowered into the water. The average Secchi depth for Waldo is over 100 feet or 30 meters. Here you can see how Waldo and Crater Lakes stand out in their clarity relative to other Oregon lakes, even other Cascade lakes such as Odell and Diamond Lake. And you can see how very different they are from Upper Klamath, which is highly productive. Next slide. This slide shows how rare Crater and Waldo lakes are in their clarity relative to over 1,100 lakes sampled for the National Lake Assessment in 2007. Along the horizontal axis is the Secchi depth, and the height of the bars represent the number of lakes. So a large majority of lakes have Secchi depths of less than 10 meters, whereas both Crater and Waldo Lake have average Secchi depths of more than 30 meters and maximum depth of up to 46 or 150 feet. Next slide. A testament to the ecological research interest in Waldo Lake is that an entire volume of the Journal of the North American Lake Management Society was dedicated to Waldo Lake in 2000, guest edited by Doug Larson of Portland State University, who was, by the way, also featured in an Oregon Field Guide show back in, I think it was 1997 on the lake. The journal includes 15 scientific papers on Waldo Lake. Next slide. Recreation is the primary use of Waldo Lake and its watershed. The recreational activities one can enjoy here include kayaking, swimming, hiking, camping, and more recently, mountain biking has become a popular activity. Next slide. An outstanding resource water designation would complement the Forest Service management goals and our other protections in place for Waldo Lake. The U.S. Forest Service management goals for the lake include non-degradation, recreation use at both campgrounds and dispersed recreation, and wilderness and roadless areas for large parts of the watershed. Some of the improvements have included upgrading the campground restrooms to vault toilets so there's no leaching from the facilities to the lake, and they have a policy to protect the lake from firefighting chemicals whenever possible. At the state level, gasoline motors were banned from the lake in 2010 by the Marine Board, and float planes are also banned. The lake was previously stocked for fishing, but stocking was discontinued in 1991 because fish were not naturally present in Waldo Lake. Waldo Lake has been designated a state scenic waterway, and it is also the headwater for the federal wild and scenic river, the North Fork of the Middle Fork Willamette River. Next slide. So I just wanted to pause for a second there and see if you have any questions about Waldo before I move on to Crater Lake.
Commissioner Mosby.
Yes, hey, great presentation so far. Just a couple questions here. First, I actually, someone that was as a native Oregonian, I didn't see Waldo Lake till the first time till early October. I took a drive up there because I don't like to approve things that I haven't seen when I question things, but I was thoroughly impressed. It is a very pristine lake. I could only see it from the east side. The campgrounds were closed, but both boat launches were open. You are correct about the the toilets there. That was one question I had, but the question, two things. One's a comment. They had a sign up there that said it's the second largest lake in Oregon. And while that may be true from a total volume, I wish they would have clarified that. And because Klamath Lake is much bigger in surface area. Obviously, Crater Lake's the largest. So that's just a minor thing. But my question is, you know, when you went back and you started the questions here, we've got, you know, if we're going to designate these lakes, we want to make sure we can maintain them. Let me find it here. Okay, it was right up at the front here. Okay, you put on where high quality waters constitute an outstanding state resource, existing water quality must be maintained and protected. The one thing I did note, it's surrounded obviously on the west side, especially by wilderness area. The east side, you've got some campgrounds, you've got a couple boat launch areas, you've got some hiking trails, but on the northeast side, they've had fires there before. Probably my guess would maybe in the 1990s, just looking at the land, but I was struck by a very high incidence. You get up above the Doug fir belt and you got a lot of true firs, and there is a lot of dead and dying and overcrowded stands there, at least on the northeast side of the lake, and that's a bother to me. How is the Forest Service, you know, let's face it, they're hurting for money and trying to maintain things. You know, when you say existing water quality must be maintained and protected, if we have a massive wildfire, that's going to really hurt the quality of that lake. So any comments you can give me about how we would interrelate with the Forest Service to make sure we can maintain and protect that lake?
Yes, I think you really kind of hit the point there that that we would want to work with the Forest Service on that. They are the land managers. So I think probably I mean, I'm sure they're aware of the issue. As you said, there was a fire, and they do have a policy to not use firefighting chemicals in the lake if possible, and not to dip water out of the lake. But in terms of managing the watershed to prevent another fire that could damage the lake, I think we just need to have a conversation with the Forest Service, and we frankly did not delve into that question with them yet as part of this process. So I think that would be a conversation to have with them, that we should have with them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and one other comment, and again, keep in mind it was in early October, the main season was over, although there were still some hikers up there. Again, once you get off of whatever, was it 58 or whatever, and head up your 12 or 13 miles on a Forest Service road, and there's a lot of sloughing on the side, a lot of potholes, and I think you have a roughly 40, I looked at your write-up, and there was like 40-some thousand visitor days up there. I would love to see them again put a little priority on improving the road up there, the Forest Service portion of it, that 12 or 13 miles. It's a beautiful lake and absolutely pristine, and I have no problem supporting this motion here, but I do want to make sure that 5 or 6 years from now, because of lax management, we have a fire, can't have access if we've got poor roads, and we turn this into a real quagmire. So I'm all for it. I just hopefully we can get the Forest Service to agree to make sure that they spend a lot of time and effort to help us maintain it and maintain that resource. Okay.
All right. Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Mosby. And the Forest Service is in attendance today, so they heard your comments as well. And we'll continue that conversation. Chair George and members of the commission, are there any other questions about Waldo Lake before I move on?
It doesn't look like it. Thanks for your comments, Commissioner Mosby. Go ahead and continue, Deb.
Okay, next slide, please, Stephanie. All right, next I'd like to turn to Crater Lake. Crater Lake is a unique and highly valued resource in Oregon's only national park. According to the National Park Service, it is the clearest, one of the clearest, bluest, deepest, and most pristine lakes in the world. Next slide. Crater Lake is located in Klamath County in south central Oregon. The lake formed within the volcanic caldera after Mount Mazama erupted 7,700 years ago. It is a high elevation lake at almost 6,200 feet, and at over 1,900 feet deep, it is the deepest lake in the United States. Next slide. No streams flow into or out of Crater Lake. All water enters from direct precipitation and snowmelt and is eventually lost only through evaporation or subsurface seepage. This means that very little sediment or organic matter is transported into the lake. Due to the low amount of suspended particles and low levels of organic productivity, the water is extraordinarily clear and blue. Next slide. The National Park Service has a robust and long-term monitoring program at Crater Lake, which began in 1983. The lake is also of interest to researchers, and the Crater Lake Institute has described the lake as a world-class laboratory for studying lakes because of its pristine condition. Because of minimal impacts from human activity and the long-term monitoring program, the lake provides an important baseline for the study of lake dynamics and changing environmental conditions. Next slide. Crater Lake is fully contained within Oregon's only national park. In 2019, over 700,000 visitors visited the park. There are summer and recreation activities that occur there and concession services that include one of the grand historic park lodges on the rim. Next slide. Crater Lake is highly significant to Native American tribes, including the Klamath tribes and the Cow Creek Umpqua tribes. Native Americans experienced the collapse of Mount Mazama about 7,700 years ago and have stories about the creation of Crater Lake and its features. One Cow Creek legend is called the mountain with a hole in the top. The story is about a time when animals and people could talk to each other, and the legend teaches that the lust for power and greed can and often does bring destruction and horrible results. The archaeologist for Cow Creek sent this story that I can share with you, and Stephanie can send it to you if you'd like a copy. The Klamath tribe know Crater Lake as Jiwas, meaning a sacred place. Next slide. Crater Lake National Park was established in 1902, over 100 years ago. The management goals of Crater Lake National Park, which were established by statutory direction, include preserving the lake and providing for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of visitors. Next slide. In summary, following our evaluation of these lakes, DEQ recommends that the Commission designate Crater Lake and Waldo Lake as outstanding resource waters based on the water quality and ecological and recreation value of these lakes. Next slide. In addition, the proposed rules implement the state and federal outstanding resource water policies under the Clean Water Act, and state protection will complement and support the Park Service and Forest Service management goals. I'd like to pause here again for questions about Crater Lake, and then I'll just spend a few minutes on the rulemaking process.
Thanks, Deb. Does anyone have any comments or questions about this part of the presentation focusing on Crater Lake? Nope, you're doing a great job. Keep it up.
Okay, we'll move right along here. I know our time is short. Next slide, please. Okay, the rulemaking process included these steps. We put together an advisory committee which met twice in the spring. We had a public comment period and hearing in the summer, and now we're proposing the rules to the commission for your action. Next slide. The advisory committee members and agency advisors provided input and data into the evaluation of the qualities of the lake, as well as the fiscal impact statement for the proposed rules and the proposed rule language. DEQ thanks all of these participants very much for their assistance. And we also had additional agency assistance from the Crater Lake National Park Superintendent Craig Ackerman and biologist Scott Gerdner, as well as Joy Archuleta from the Pacific Northwest region of the U.S. Forest Service. Next slide. DEQ received 730 comments on the rule, and all supported the ORW designation except one, which was neutral regarding these water bodies. Common themes were asking for protection of the pristine nature and high quality of these waters for future generations, and recognizing the importance of the lakes for recreational use. Next slide. The Park Service, Forest Service, EPA, and Rogue River Keeper commented on the draft proposed rule language, and there were also a few comments on the potential impacts of recreation use, such as human waste from dispersed camping and the potential for introduction of invasive species. The Oregon Farm Bureau, on behalf of several groups, commented that though they're not affected by this particular designation, they noted that DEQ had not yet developed a screening process for nominating outstanding resource waters. DEQ's response to these comments are in your staff report. Next slide. So DEQ did make some revisions to the proposed rule language in response to public comment, and our goals for the proposed language were that it be clear, concise, and that the two rules be consistent with each other. So now I'm going to turn it over to Director Whitman, who will summarize the rule language for you.
Thank you, Deb, and thank you also, Connie, for the presentation. Nice job on this important proposal for designation of us two additional outstanding resource waters in Oregon. So to summarize the proposed rules, the basic purpose of the proposed rules is, as was stated at the beginning of the presentation, to protect any sort of backsliding or degradation of the current very high quality waters in these two lakes. That would be carried out by prohibiting any permitted discharges. Those are discharges that would normally require a permit, with one exception, which is if a construction stormwater permit were required, it could have short-term but no long-term impacts in terms of degrading water quality. And for Commissioner Mosby, that was put in there thinking about the possibility of, for instance, a road improvement project that might be necessary for management of these areas that could have some short-term impacts. But again, we'd want to make sure that it had no long-term impacts on water quality. And then the other exception is for other discharges that wouldn't require a permit. The only exceptions being responding to a public health or safety emergency, or for restoration or ecological improvement projects. The public health or safety emergency exception that language was developed with the thought around wildfire and wildfire protection or response activities, in particular for either of these areas. And then obviously, if there is a project going on to improve water quality or ecological condition for either of these areas, we didn't want to prohibit that either. So I guess I would summarize these two proposed rules by saying that they're pretty carefully crafted, and they're pretty carefully crafted to protect the outstanding resource values of these two lakes, recognizing there may be a few instances where particular activities are needed really in the long-term best interest of the resource. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, we have been briefed on this over time, and so I think folks are very well aware of the proposal and even many of the comments and the summaries of the comments that have been provided. Commissioners, do you have any other questions or comments at this time?
Okay.
Does not appear that we do.
So with that, Stephanie, I think we can go to the slide that has the proposed EQC action for Crater Lake.
Thank you. Again, another beautiful picture. All right, commissioners, I'm ready to hear a motion in regard to the proposed action. Commissioner Kyle.
So this is Commissioner Kyle. I move that the commission adopt the proposed amendments to Oregon Administrative Rules 340-041-0004 and 340-041-0185 as shown in an attachment A.
We hear a second.
I second that.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded. Do we require further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Any abstentions? The motion carries. Congratulations, Crater Lake. All right. Yes, now Waldo Lake again, another beautiful picture. And we're ready to hear a motion in regard to the proposal for Waldo Lake.
Commissioner or Chairman, I move that the commission adopt the proposed amendments to Oregon Administrative Rules 340-041-0004 and OAR 340-041-0345 as shown in attachment A.
We have a second.
Commissioner Kyle, I'll second it.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do we require further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Any abstentions? The motion carries. We have extended the special protection to Waldo Lake. So this is an exciting day, I think, to take this action and protect these very special waters. It's an honor to grant additional protection to two of Oregon's natural wonders, Crater Lake and Waldo Lake. This special recognition will preserve the natural habitats, the cultural and the recreational benefits of these amazing places for future generations. And I'm very pleased we were able to take these actions today and want to commend the staff for all the work done on these projects. These proposals, it took a lot of effort to get to where we are today. So I want to recognize that and thank everybody who worked on this. Director.
Thank you, Chair George, commissioners. Very briefly, echo the thanks, particularly for Deb Sturdivant for her hard work on this. Also, Connie Dow. I also want to acknowledge that this began with a petition from the Northwest Environmental Defense Center. The executive director, Mark Riskadal, I know was on earlier. Anna Taddeo was a leader of that effort, working on the petition for NEDC. And the petition, the work on the petition was put together by students, young people in Oregon who felt that this was an important step for the commission to take. So I want to thank them also for the work on this, in addition to our staff. And then finally, just acknowledge the partnership with the Forest Service and with the National Park Service on these two designations, and their collaboration with us on fitting this in as a complementary protection for these very special areas to the tools that they already use every day to protect these areas for for all of Oregon and all of the nation, all of the world. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Director.
So Chair George.
And
oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to say, I think you had shared with us that our guests did wish to make some brief statements on this action.
Yes, thank you. I think Stephanie was going to help facilitate their ability to unmute and speak. Maybe we can start with Superintendent Ackerman.
Hi, is the audio and video coming through?
I can certainly hear you.
Okay. Well, thank you for inviting me today. I'll make this very brief. I know you've had a long meeting. So I just wanted to tell you that Crater Lake has always had an outstanding relationship with the DEQ and other state environmental protection agencies. And on this rulemaking, there was no exception to that. We want to thank the DEQ, particularly Deborah Sturdivant, for engaging us early in the process. This allowed the Park Service and the Department of the Interior to engage at several levels and provide collaborative input that we believe will result in a final rule that provides the best protection for lake waters and recognizes the mandate of the Park Service to provide for public enjoyment while protecting the park's resources unimpaired in perpetuity. As Director Whitman just mentioned, Crater Lake is iconic not just for Oregon, but for the nation and actually for the world. Anytime something happens at Crater Lake and it's published in the media, we see that issue picked up all over the world, from Japan to India to Africa to Europe to South America. So this is truly a world resource. And one of the things that I wanted you to know is that this garnered significant interest back in the department. At one point, the Assistant Secretary of the Interior was actually engaged in phone conversations with us because they feel that protecting the waters of Crater Lake is so important. So we appreciate DEQ's desire to take this action to help us protect the pristine nature of Crater Lake for many generations to come. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we had, I think we have Dwayne Bishop, Deputy Supervisor for the Willamette National Forest on.
Okay.
Here he is.
There we go. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dwayne Bishop. I'm the Deputy Forest Supervisor on the Willamette. And I agree with Chair George, exciting day. Very happy for this move. And so just for a geography sense, Waldo Lake is located on the southern portion of the Willamette National Forest. The Willamette places a high importance on protecting the water quality of Waldo Lake and has a history of protecting this area through our land management designations of wilderness and also semi-primitive non-motorized recreation within the entire most of the lake basin boundary. Allowed activities are only those that have a low potential to have adverse effects to water quality. Additionally, the Forest Service has made significant investments to improve our developed recreation sites adjacent to the lake, as Deborah mentioned earlier. We value the recreational, educational, and scientific opportunities that Waldo Lake provides while protecting the water quality and the scenic beauty of the lake. I want to thank DEQ and the Commission for the opportunity to provide testimony, and specifically for DEQ for modifying the proposed rule after our initial comments. The Forest Service supports the rule as modified, and the designation of Waldo Lake as an outstanding resource water. We look forward to an ongoing partnership with DEQ, the many user groups, universities, and all of those that value a special place. And I very much like the comments from Commissioner Mosby earlier. I would love to have a dialogue with you offline, and we could spend hours talking about those issues you brought up. I'd be very much interested in that. So with that, kind regards and thank you.
Thank you both very much for joining us today and for sharing your thoughts. Good work, everyone. All right. Well, with that done, we are ready, I believe, for our last agenda item of the day, which is our public forum. Stephanie usually has a few reminders for us as we move into this. So Stephanie, I'll turn it over to you to share those.
Thank you, Chair George. This is Stephanie Caldera, the Commission Assistant. For those of you who are joined here today to present comment, there are two ways people may present comment during public forum. If you are on the Zoom web conferencing platform, you can press the raise hand function, usually found at the bottom of the participants list. If you are connected only by telephone audio, you can press *9 on your toll-free phone, and that'll indicate the same interest in raising your hand to present comment. I will need a brief break to write down names, and then Chair George, I will return to indicate how many people have signed up, and we will then, at your discretion, be able to allow up to 3 minutes of comment if available, perhaps needing to modify as appropriate.
Great, Stephanie, thanks. We'll give you a minute to create that list. And because we do want to hear from as many people as possible, that's why we use that 3-minute limit. And so I'm going to ask everybody's pardon in advance to help keep us on that time frame. I'm going to audibly say 1 minute when people have 1 minute left. And then at the conclusion of the total of 3 minutes, I'm just going to say thank you very much. Please forgive me if that's a little bit of an interruption, but it's just to let you know you've come to the end of that time frame, and we ask you to wrap up your comments just so that other folks can let us know what's on their mind as well. So I know lots of people are in line, and I think Stephanie's getting our list ready. Also, remember when you are invited to speak, just please remember to say your name for the record, and we look forward to hearing all your thoughts.
Thank you, Chair George. This is Stephanie Caldera, EQC Assistant. At this time, I have 4 people in the queue, and we will go from there. I will announce the name of the person, and then I will prompt you to unmute on your side, and then we'll begin. If additional people wish to sign up throughout, please use the raise hand button or *9 on your telephone, and we will include you in our queue through this item. The first person, Chair George, I have is Kathy Moyd.
This is Kathy Moyd, representing the League of Women Voters of Oregon. Because the League of Women Voters of Oregon believes that climate change is a serious threat facing our nation and planet, we support climate goals and policies that are consistent with the best available climate science and that will ensure a stable climate system for future generations. We are presenting here some concerns about the Climate Protection Program, also known as Cap and Reduce. Among our major concerns is that the executive order is not being taken seriously. In particular, the 2035 goals are being treated as optional. We consider them essential in order to have a successful program. We object to the elimination of electricity, covering electricity, just because of the legislative limitation on regulating imported electricity. We acknowledge that PGE is the only entity covered and thus might change its source to another state. But it should also be considered that if Oregon generated electricity is unregulated, states with restrictions might change to trying to use our electricity. In the DEQ sector-based GHG emissions, which are consistent with the 1990 total emissions in the graphs being used to show the effect of the EO, electricity emissions are assigned to the user of electricity, not in a separate category. So even if electricity is excluded from the Climate Protection Program, both Oregon generated and imported electricity would be included in the measurement determining if we were meeting the goals. It appears that DEQ is considering regulating the supplier of natural gas to large stationary sources rather than the stationary sources themselves. We believe that large stationary sources should be regulated for both their on-site combustion of natural gas and the emissions generated by their industrial processes.
1 minute.
This ties into one of our other major concerns. Although equity is given a vertex in the emissions cost equity pyramid, it has not really been incorporated in the program. We suggest that limitations be put on the use of flexibility options by stationary sources causing the most harm in vulnerable areas. Thank you for the opportunity to make these comments.
Thank you very much.
Chair George, this is Stephanie Caldera, your assistant. The next person in the queue is Jessica Winter Stoltzman.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jessica Winter Stoltzman with Revolving, consultant to Yakima Nation. We reviewed the 1200Z draft permit issued in 2020 and provided comments to DEQ, and I will highlight a few of our priority comments today. We were concerned with the lack of effluent limits in the permit, despite the 2018 settlement agreement in which DEQ agreed to develop a methodology for deriving effluent limits. The new permit only contains water quality-based effluent limits for a handful of pollutants, and it does not include technology-based effluent limits, only benchmarks. Under the settlement agreement, DEQ was required to conduct specific evaluations if they were to propose benchmarks instead of effluent limits. They were supposed to evaluate site-specific, sector-specific, and geographic technology-based effluent limits, but in the permit and accompanying documents issued this fall, it did not appear that those evaluations had been done. We're also concerned that the monitoring requirements are insufficient. Previous versions of the 1200Z permit required routine monitoring for PCBs, cadmium, nickel, chromium, and mercury, but that requirement was eliminated in the 2017 and 2018 versions of the permit and has not been reinstated in this version. The rationale for eliminating the requirement was that the contaminants were only rarely exceeding the acute water quality criteria, and therefore widespread monitoring wasn't necessary. However, the acute water quality criteria are much higher than Portland Harbor Superfund site cleanup targets and are not protective of fish consumption. The source control program for Portland Harbor had relied on the monitoring data from these permits. For example, some of DEQ's source control determinations for sites discharging to the Superfund site cited the NPDES data. DEQ's 2016 source control report for Portland Harbor also relied heavily on monitoring data from the 1200Z permit. So it's important to ensure that continued monitoring occurs at facilities that contain these pollutants and discharge to Portland Harbor Superfund site. We submitted additional written comments to DEQ in October, and we will provide those to the EQC in an email. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today.
Chair George, this is Stephanie Caldera. The next person in the line to comment is Dale Feek.
Welcome, Mr. Feek.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you well.
Madam Chair, Kathleen George, other commissioners and Director Richard Whitman. I'm Dale Feek, West County Citizen Action Network Chair, spokesperson 4. I'm changing I sent you 2 emails. I'm just going to briefly summarize those. I was moved so much by your equity, diversity, and inclusion presentation and your presentation, Director Richard Whitman. When Amanda Gorman was writing her inaugural poem, The Hill We Climb, she faced a challenge unlike any other predecessors. To prepare for her appearance, Gorman, who has a speech impediment, read the poem aloud over and over, practicing it and trying to let it be known in my mouth, but not feel robotic, she said. I don't know if you know, but Brady Harrington spoke from a JF Kennedy inaugural address. President Obama befriended Brady, let Brady know that he was also a stutter, and he worked hard to overcome his disability. Brady talked impeccably with no stutter when he read from JF Kennedy's. That's the kind of leadership we now have in the White House, similar to what you are Director Whitman, also similar to what Catherine Harrington is as county chair in Washington County Commission. So I much appreciate the diversity, equity, inclusion. Latricia Tillman is the Washington County Equity Officer in Washington County. And so Washington County is taking it very seriously. I also let Eric Feely know, please contact Washington County. They maybe are ahead of the curve where you are. I hope you work together to get things going like they do in Washington County. Related to that is the EJS screen. I got a $5,000, we got a $5,000 grant at Hillsborough Air and Water nonprofit.
1 minute.
1 minute, is that correct? So I ran some data on that using the screen, using cancer risk, respiratory risk, and also wastewater discharge indicators. Just want to let you know that in Oregon, in a lot of different areas, it's the wastewater discharge indicator that's the top of the list. So wastewater discharges is a big concern in Oregon. So I sent you 2 emails. One has to do with Greta Thunberg, Dalai Lama, and climate scientists. I'm glad that the federal government now and you as scientists are taking it very seriously. There's a 5-part video clip series about climate change. I left, please look at those. They're only 8 to 14 minutes each. It's the best thing I've ever seen related to climate change and what to do about it. Second thing is perennial wind chaser, natural gas. Please don't let them keep building without valid permits. That's what Intel got to do, and they got away with it. It's much cheaper to pay fines and sometimes than ask you to do the right thing the first time. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Chair George. This is Stephanie Caldera, your assistant. I have 2 more people currently in the queue to present comment. That the next person is Janet Lorenzen.
Welcome.
Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and Director Whitman. I'm Professor Janet Lorenzen with Willamette University. The DEQ has demonstrated slow progress toward using an equity lens for their climate protection program. First, the DEQ invited 9 people to participate in the climate protection RAC who represent Indigenous people, environmental and racial justice, union workers, or low-income energy consumers. This represents 26% of RAC participants, or 9 of 34 people. Unfortunately, academic studies show that a minimum of 35% of people on a committee need to be people of color in order for their voices not to be drowned out. For example, at 1 hour and 40 minutes into the first RAC meeting, an equity representative said, "I'm not hearing equity in this conversation." They went on to say that banking allowances, trading allowances, long multi-year compliance periods, and leaving out natural gas and electricity sectors are all problems. In other words, none of the scenarios designed by DEQ used a comprehensive equity lens. At 3 hours and 40 minutes into the meeting, another equity representative said, "Industry is talking more than environmental justice or tribes. The imbalance is already showing. Were we just brought in to check an equity box?" 2 representatives from business and natural gas, apparently white men, agreed that they had not heard enough about equity. The goal of procedural equity is not achieved if representation is tokenizing, people of color are not invited into the conversation, or when they do speak, they are not allowed to shape the program. Thus, DEQ needs to do more to achieve procedural equity during RAC meetings and not just in additional small group meetings. This could include equity discussion, putting equity discussion on the agenda of every subsequent climate protection RAC meeting and an equity component within every agenda topic. The second way that DEQ is characterizing equity is distributive in terms of the distribution of existing harms from pollution and program benefits, although it overlooks potential program harms. In response to the above critique of not hearing equity in the conversation, DEQ staff said that they haven't used that word, but that alternative compliance instruments may be invested, may be designed to incentivize the reduction of emissions in affected communities, which would have co-benefits. Another DEQ staff member pointed out the use of COBRA, the co-benefits risk assessment. Yet the climate protection program, The DEQ seems to be ignoring that sector exemptions and alternative compliance instruments are likely to create pollution hotspots in impacted communities. This is what happens when an equity lens is partially applied in a piecemeal way. At least one scenario that DEQ is working with needs to guarantee that harms to impacted communities will not increase due to the climate protection program, and that direct benefits and co-benefits will focus on impacted communities without putting them at risk of increased harms. Thank you.
Chair George, this is Stephanie Caldera. The person who is next in the queue to comment is Zachariah Baker.
Hold on just one second, please. I thought I saw a hand up from the EQC Council, Mr. Vrooman. Mr.
Yes,
Vrooman,
Chair George, can you hear me?
I hear you.
I just wanted to note for the commission and for the record that I believe a previous commenter was discussing the 1200Z permit, and that I believe that comment period is closed. So the EQC should not consider that comment when doing any action on that rulemaking, because that comment, if I'm correct, was taken outside of the comment period. So I just wanted to note that for the record, and to note for the commission that they should not consider that in the rulemaking.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Vrooman. My apologies for the interruption. And then I think Zachariah Baker is up next.
Yes, thank you, Chair George and members of the commission. My name is Zach Baker. I'm the Oregon Policy Manager with Climate Solutions. We're a Northwest-based nonprofit working to advance clean energy solutions to the climate crisis. We're part of Renew Oregon's Oregon Climate Action Plan Coalition, which is a coalition of a number of environmental, health, and equity-focused organizations, currently focused on working to implement the governor's executive order. And I'm one of the co-leads of the group in the coalition that is working on the Cap and Reduce effort, or the Climate Protection Program effort. You heard from us both in public comment and written form a couple of times over the course of the EQC's deliberations on the Cap and Reduce Rulemaking Advisory Committee, raising concerns about the makeup of the committee. And since DEQ began consideration of the RAC, we had consistently raised the critical need for a diverse RAC that includes as many or more public interest representatives as industry representatives, as well as full and fair representation of tribes and impacted communities that corrects for historical exclusion. And while we appreciate the individuals who are on the RAC and there's some improvement over previous DEQ RACs, unfortunately, the slate the EQC approved did not achieve these markers. Furthermore, the EQC was presented at multiple meetings with an opportunity to help correct the imbalance, but not only maintain the imbalanced industry-heavy makeup of the Cap and Reduce RAC, but exacerbated. So this was very disappointing. And in addition, we're seeing some concerning things coming out of DEQ at the start of the formal rulemaking that highlight the deficiencies in the RAC. First, DEQ has been unwilling to fully embrace the statewide greenhouse gas reduction goals in the governor's executive order. In fact, posing the question to the RAC of whether the 2035 goals should be part of the program. This is not only troubling in that the executive order is an order that agencies should be following, but also because the science says we need at least the 2035 goal to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. For an agency whose mission is to protect the environment, waffling on the interim target is an untenable position. It also underscores why we were asking you to ensure someone with climate science expertise was appointed to the RAC, which unfortunately didn't happen. Second, instead of trying to be as ambitious as the science demands, DEQ is already saying there will be exemptions, electricity being one of those, and planning to model additional exemptions in the program. With the industry-heavy RAC makeup and the outsized influence that industry has had in the past, one can see where things could be headed. While DEQ has been clear that it is only taking advisement from the RAC, kicking off the formal rulemaking this way is troubling, and we urge DEQ and the EQC to quickly course correct. We also realize there is a ways to go in this rulemaking, but things are off to a troubling start, and now is the opportunity to change that. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we do look forward to working with you and DEQ to ensure the most ambitious program possible moving forward.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Stephanie, it looks like maybe we have another person with their hand raised.
Yes, Chair George, one person who is connected by phone has raised their hand. It starts with 541 and it ends with 9819. You should now be able to unmute yourself to present comments. And Chair George, following that person, I have no other people in the queue to present comments.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Stuart Leibowitz. I'm with the Douglas County Global Warming Coalition. We represent roughly 450 residents in rural Douglas County. And we are very concerned that the DEQ is not embracing the mandated executive order by the governor on climate change. Douglas County, being a rural area, has been severely impacted by climate change through wildfires. And I would direct the DEQ to look at the recently released Oregon Health Authority report, which indicated not only the damage that wildfires are doing to rural areas, but also the limited resources that we have to deal with this severe climate-induced problem. Specifically, as other testimony has indicated, this is a mandated executive order. And part of that is to have benchmarks at 2035 and 2050. We are not seeing that by DEQ, and we respectfully ask that DEQ follow that legally mandated order in order to reach the goals that the executive order outlines. It is absolutely critical that there should be no exclusions, particularly in the electricity sector. So again, we urge you very strongly to follow the mandated executive order. And also, I would add that I agree with the previous testimony that the RAC is too skewed toward industry, and we need voices that really embrace the climate crisis and the solutions that we need to address.
Thank you for your thoughts on that. And unless you see someone else, Stephanie, I think that was our last commenter for today.
Chair George, this is Stephanie Caldera, the EQC assistant. You are correct. I have no other folks indicating an interest to present comment either through Zoom by clicking raise hand, or if they are on the telephone by pressing *9. So I believe that is the end of our speakers list for public forum today, Chair George.
Okay. Well, again, I just want to thank everyone for taking the time to communicate with us about what is on your mind in regard to the work that DEQ is doing and that we are doing. And I believe that several of the issues raised will be addressed in one form or another, possibly in the director's report tomorrow. So we appreciate going into that, hearing what is on your mind. All right, Director, unless we have anything else, I think we are ready to recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Chair George. That's correct. And we'll start with the workshop on diesel emissions and pollution reduction at 8:30.
All right, very good. Thanks, everyone. It's a long meeting. We appreciate everybody sticking with us, and have a good evening. We'll see you, and we will now be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. Take care.
This is Stephanie Caldera, the EQC assistant. The commission meeting for Thursday, January 21st is now recessed until 8:30 a.m. on Friday, January 22nd. Please see the DEQ and EQC website for information on the links and access. At this time, we will stop the recording and we will close the meeting room today. Thank you for your participation and for your continued commitment to Oregon's environment.